going on.
Gelos, have you been sleeping today and taking it easy? I hope so. There's nothing else he could do. Hey, even Roy's here. How you doing, Roy? Let me send him the link too, because he might be sloping down and not doing anything. So
All right, Eddie, let me at least say this. You are in compliance. You have two mics.
that's right.
Yep.
Yep, you guy. Thank you. You are very right.
You beat him to it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This PSA was brought to you by Eddie Lugo Studios. Guys, I have a face for radio.
Why would you say that?
Because I do.
Oh shoot!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me send this guy a message here. Hold on.
This guy.
This guy. Yo, 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 this guy here.
And the funny thing is, I did work in radio in the late 80s, early 90s in LA. So,
Really?
yeah, then Howard Stern came along, and that ended my radio career.
Yeah. He took over everybody there.
I had AM Drive in LA at K Rock FM.
Hmm.
Oh, Roy's over on clocks. My uncle, who is in the Philippines, his name is Roy also. Oh, good to know. Sharon, take a pain pill, go to sleep. There you go. There you go. Just like that, Take a pill and chill out.
Yes, but did he take a pill in Ibiza? Never mind. That's a
Who knows?
reference.
Hey, Mrs. ATV, how you
Hello.
doing? Hello. I used to live in Valencia, California. Mm-hmm. Oh, Valencia, where? Valencia, Georgia. I have no idea. I'm thinking. I'm first is thinking is Valencia, either California or España, Spain,
I lived in Orange.
Orange County.
No, the town of Orange in Orange County next to Anaheim.
Oh, okay.
Home of Chapman University.
Ooh, okay.
Also
California.
home of the duck pond for the Mighty Ducks.
Oh, okay. Cool. Just north of LA is Valencia. The name sounds familiar. That's why I kind of knew you were talking about California, but I don't recall being there myself. So I worked from center LA all the way down to Chula Vista. That's what I cover mostly in California.
Shoot!
Hello,
I'll be right back.
Rheanna. Hola.
Hola.
Hola. What's up, Mike? You keeping out of trouble?
Oh yeah,
You look
she's
like
actually
you're
upright
snapping
today.
something.
So
The one?
she's actually upright today. So
Yeah. Tell her to take it easy, though. No, not too overdo it.
hear that?
Yes, I think I might have yesterday.
Very good. Kula saved life there. I was there 6 months for a travel nursing assignment. Oh, okay. All right.
Short term living there.
Yeah. We a lot of the nurses that took care of me in my stay at the hospital were traveling nurses also, different parts of the country. So they're pretty good. It's from the Anaheim Stadium. That was pretty cool. Yep, worked around there too.
And
I've been in front of the Anaheim Stadium. I've never been inside for a game or anything. There's Hooters right there in the next to the Anaheim Stadium.
Anaheim Stadium is done.
What's
Oh,
this?
yeah, it's gonna be gone.
What's
They're
this Hooters you talk
in the
about?
next 2 years.
Mm. It's right there in the parking lot. When from last time I was there, so I don't remember if it's still there or not. So
That's right. You used to get off the Metrolink train or grab the Amtrak train.
yeah, everywhere we went in California, we found someone from Mississippi. Wow, you probably would have found me too there if in one of my runs around. I could say that I almost worked for a whole year in California. As much as I went back and forth from New York or it was always from New York, right? That I traveled to California. Yeah,
Yeah.
something.
In the U.S., I lived in Chicago, of course, eastern Cleveland suburbs, Providence, Rhode Island, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Alaska.
No, not Alaska for me.
I
Maybe on a cruise ship.
I spent summers up there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, but it was in the Arctic Circle.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was 40 degrees out there. People running around in t-shirts and shorts.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely. I done that on 19-degree weather, and not like crazy, but yeah, it's doable.
So it was a phone call from my 22-year-old son acting like he's 12 saying, Dad, something's not working here in the house. Do you know how to fix it?
Uh-oh.
Swear to God, I can never go away.
Let me guess. The answer was yes, get a job.
No, he has a job. He's been working for the last year for the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. So he's a media specialist. He writes op-eds and social media posts and press releases and stuff like that for these Pittsburgh Democrats.
So tell him next time. Tell him go to YouTube and look it up.
Yeah. No,
Maybe
I
somebody
mean,
you
like,
know.
I it's kind of my fault because I spoiled the crap out of him growing up. So, but anyway. Uh-oh, look, I still see sunshine over Rheanna's shoulder there.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
It's been dark here for hours.
We just had a funnel cloud here to like, what, 20 minutes ago?
Well, it's 8 o'clock there. So that's why. Yeah, 8 o'clock here was still a little, wasn't too sunny, but at least it was clear outside.
Yeah.
Now it's pitch black. And our cat is right by the door looking at her sister. Like they're weird looking at each other. The other one's asleep. This one over here is just keeping an eye on her. Like there's a bug or something over her or something. So who knows? Pickles? Hey, Pickles? Who knows? I don't know what they're up to. Emily, 8 p.m. it was dark here in New York. Yeah, up in New York around 7 o'clock start getting pretty dark.
Yeah.
Yep.
We had the last of sunshine about 9 o'clock as we were pulling in tonight.
And Scott, you're in the same time zone like us, 10:15. Yep. On the eastern side of things.
I'm in Eastern. So
Yeah. No, the other Scott in the chat.
Lone Cross.
Lone Cross, yes. So
Sorry,
we
I
got
wasn't
two Scots
paying-
in the
sorry, I wasn't-
we are under compliance twice.
I know I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Oh, okay,
so.
yeah. We got 2 mics and 2 Scots.
Unacceptable.
But that's unacceptable. You hear that? Hey, Manu, how you doing? Manu's from India.
Wow.
What's up, my man? I think it's like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning there. Wow. Pretty rough to be getting up this time. So I lived in Puerto Rico. I lived in Miami. Then I moved to New York. New York, we went to Virginia. Back to New York. And now we're in Atlanta. And I spent about a year almost in California. Because every couple of weeks, I was flying to New York for a couple of weeks. Went back to another 2-3 weeks over there. Back to New York. Oh, man. It was just back and forth, and forget it. With different companies, too. So I could run around the place, but I do not care to live there. Traffic is a mess. The time zone to me it's no. I like my eastern side of things, Eastern Coast. I like this side over here, I like the smell of the water over here better than over there. So, and it's just the traffic. I could deal with traffic.
Is Puerto Rico, is that Atlantic time?
No, same Eastern time, just like here.
Eastern time, yeah.
Yeah. Only is that I think they when we go back the hour here, they stay at the same time.
Yeah.
In the island, they stay.
Yeah, there's some places in the U.S. to do that. I think like there's a little small area of Indiana that does not change times and stuff.
Isn't it Arizona? It stays in the same time zone, no matter what. It
Yeah.
doesn't go forward or back.
Kingman, Arizona. I think it's Kingsman, something like that. They don't change. So I had a friend out there, and every time we change, he's like, no, didn't
I
happen
think
here.
if that, I think if that Senate bill makes it through and it gets signed or whatever, nobody's changing ever again. So
Yeah.
A 1 hour difference, big deal, you know. Hey, Bud Files in the house. How you doing?
Hey, buds.
Joe. How you doing, Joe? Everything good with Sue and you? I hope so.
Suing you.
I haven't seen you in a few days, something like that. So, Mr. Mike here, the younger Mike of the two, because the other one is the right age, the other one is not. Made a short about me, about my reaction yesterday when I found out his age. Son of a gun. Got me good, but yeah,
oh,
I'm
really?
like,
Like how old is he?
no, wait. Before you say anything, Mike,
Yep.
let's go. How old you think he is?
Let me think about it. I'm gonna study your face here, Mike. All right. Now listen. Now Canadians have cleaner living, so that's gonna skew the thing a little bit. All right. So because they have about 4 ingredients in their ketchup, and we have 39. So that's somehow gonna have to affect what he, how he looks. So, 37.
When I always thought he was either 28 or 29.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought he was in his 30s, but
Yeah, I thought. I mean, I'm thinking like 30. I'm trying to like. I don't know. If 37 is too old, I'm sorry, Mike.
If he was cleaned up, not the mud that he has on his face now. Sometimes he gets cleaned up and looks presentable to the camera and stuff like that.
Looks
So he
presentable.
looks 28 to me, and I'm saying 28, 29 tops.
Really?
Yeah.
Take a guess.
42.
42.
Ah, see, I was closer, right? So.
5 years younger anyway. So see, you don't that caught me by surprise. He says I'm 43. I think yeah, right.
Yeah.
This guy's dreaming.
I'm
It's all
43.
relative, right? Like I'm
Yeah,
50. I'm 53, right? But I feel like 73.
Scotty here, yes.
I feel your pain on that one.
And how old is Clock?
Clock is 43.
Yeah, I knew Clock was 43.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but we met him and we hang out with him, and he's not 43 at all. You like you say, he's a lot older.
Hmm.
She say anything I did. I'm the one who picked him.
I'm broke up. Construction work will do that to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, then he says, "Me too, Scott. 54 going on 90.
Yeah.
Holy mama!" Yep.
Yeah, I'm 53 and I'm like seriously falling apart. So.
No,
But that's
I'm not.
because-
I
that's
don't
because
want to
there's-
scare anybody.
But that's because there's 39 ingredients in our ketchup.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Looks like my ex-husband who is 54. Which of the two, Mike or Scott? What? What is that? Sounds like a cat talking.
That's our cat.
Oh, okay.
Really? Your cat?
Somebody-
Wow.
Somebody needs attention. No, our cat talks to us too. Especially Pebbles talks when she needs something done. Either her litter change, is missing food, or water. She'll come to you and you're like, yeah, yeah. And then she'll stay there. Okay, right away, Diva. And once
I
you
really
jump
like
into
cats, but I travel too much to have one, so
it,
kind of disappointing.
yeah.
Yep. Well, I don't have any
Good luck.
animals.
We've been lucky now. We get somebody to keep an eye on them when we're gone. So, right, Pebbles? I'm talking about you, Diva. She's the diva here, Ginger. She gives me the double eye look. And then the other one, Pickles. when we want to talk about her, we call her Brownie. She's all brown and gray and lined up with big black marks on it. But then the other one up there, she looked like a lion. She's just missing that big bunch of hair, right? Ginger Diva, you. No, she is very. She won't let you touch her or nothing. Meanwhile, the other one, I could go grab her and pick her up and bring her over here and all that. Like nothing. She'll give me like 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, you better let her go because then the claws come out and you better run. I
So-
just one of those deals.
So Scott, I haven't talked to you. You booking Utopia on Tuesday?
Yes. Yes, he is. I'm telling you, this is this. Oh man, clock is bad.
Maybe. That's about all I can get you at this point.
Maybe.
Very good.
I mean, I'm gonna be up on the Blue Ridge here on Tuesday. A bear might get me or something.
You didn't
Who
bring
knows?
Jeremy's bear spray?
Yeah. I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I did the morning show from up there and a bear just like rolled right behind me or something like that live? Jeremy would probably lose it.
When so the 20th is the beginning of sales, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, Ross. That's a nice walker behind you. Very nice.
I saw a couple people here at Massanutten on those things today.
You come down here to Georgia, you'll see me in one of those too. I left that in the car today when I got back from running around. I was just not in the mood to get it out of there. I might end up using it tomorrow. Otherwise, I have to go get it because then Alice is going to be driving the car to the work. The rest
So
of the
here's
week,
the
I'm
thing,
gonna-
Mike, right? This is going to be a controversial statement from me, all right? So too bad I don't have my sound deck here, or I could like do some sound effects
Wah,
with it.
wah,
right?
wah.
So here's the thing. I do not have a problem with kids, right? Obviously, I have children. They're grown now, right? But I was definitely one of those people who was on a cruise ship with two, kids who were being a pain in the, and
Uh-huh.
stuff like that, right? So anyway, so I don't have a problem with kids at all. But as I've been getting older, I've been minding kids a little bit more, especially on cruises, right? Like I don't hate them. Like it's not a deal breaker for me, but I've just been minding them a little bit more, right?
Oh.
So I've been trying to like look for cruises and stuff that have like a little bit less kids, right? So with that said, I still want to go on Icon, obviously, for the experience. I want to get on there. I want to check it out. I want to do all that. But because that ship is so hyper family or focused, right? Like more than any other, royal ship, right? Like that ship was specifically designed to be like family friendly on steroids. So I cannot imagine I'm going to sail it much.
Yeah.
Just because of
I mean, that
how
they did kids sale free and everything else. So
look, Mike thinks that's funny, right? So, but seriously though, like that's just how I feel about it. But I'm definitely gonna do it, just like I said, for the experience. But I
trust
can't
me, I told
imagine
everybody. I did that spring break cruise this year, and that was terrible. There were so many damn kids on that thing, and it wasn't funny.
Yeah, so when I was on Legend 2 years ago, there were so many kids, and it was spring break, right? So there were so many kids on that ship, and like literally the entire ship, anybody on that entire ship that had door decorations, anything on their door, it was either stolen or vandalized or
Yep.
something like that, right? It was terrible, and people were just like absolutely losing their minds over it. So I mean, yeah, like I said, don't have a problem with them, but at the same time, I am trying to find more adult oriented cruises, just because I just am minding the kids a little bit more than I used to. So
Yeah. I can definitely go with you on that one. I mean, we haven't really been taking our kids on any of the cruises, like except for when they're out of school.
Right.
I think 8 cruises we got booked. I think they're only going on 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah. Well, like the last time I was able to get my kids on a cruise was Carnival Breeze in 2018. So since then, my son is willing to go no matter, he's willing to go, doesn't matter. My daughter, okay, so I've been a moderate Republican my entire life, right? And I worked for the Senate Republicans in Pennsylvania for 30 years, right? So, but somehow I managed to get 2 liberal kids, right? Like 2 liberal Gen Z kids, right? So, and my son works for the damn Democrats, for crying out loud. But anyway, so my daughter will not go on any more cruises for one specific reason. She says that it's terrible that the third worlders have to work 7 days a week, do not get a day off, and she does not want to support that or be part of the problem. So she will no longer go on cruises because she will not support it. So I'm like, okay, that's great. I mean, if that's how she feels, okay, fine, right? But at the same time, I, would love to be able to go on a cruise again with them, especially since they're like adults now.
Yeah.
But,
different perspective.
Yeah, but I can't. But when they were little, I took them on lots of cruises and stuff. In fact, so here's the, I don't know if you know this or not. Crap, my son again. So here's the thing. With Royal, until they're 18, when you go on cruises, they keep getting the points for it too, right?
Yeah.
And like now, when I go on cruises by myself, my wife gets the credit for it as well, even though she's not on there. So literally, by the time my kids were 17 years old, they were diamond.
Wow.
Yeah. So like they're already diamond, and then for some crazy reason, don't tell anybody, Royal has not updated. For some reason, they have not stopped crediting my son's Crown and Anchor account. My daughter's, they did. They stopped when she was like 18 or 19. But they have not stopped updating my son's. So now every single time I go on a cruise, I come back and when I check my account to see if the cruise credit's there, it is. I check my son's, it's there too.
Oh.
So he keeps getting credit. So by the time he's like 25, he's going to be Diamond Plus.
Yeah.
So.
Oh no,
anyway.
we got 3 mics.
Feel
Yeah.
free to throw my name on there 1 or 2 times. Give me my diamond.
You guys only had 2, so I popped in.
All right, I'm going to see what this boy needs. I'll be right back.
So, do you know where the Utopia is going? On the first sailing and when?
It's going to an island.
It's going south.
It's going on the water.
And Rosas is going south. So it's going to an island in the water going south.
Yep.
All right. South of what?
I don't really care where it's going, to tell you the truth.
So there's nothing. It's going booking on the 20th in another 3 days, and you have no idea where it's going.
I had no idea where Icon was going, and I still booked it.
Why would you do something like that?
Because it's about the ship.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
it's
I see that.
I'm doing it for the ship, not the. What's going on, Sean?
How you going, guys?
¿Qué pasa? You
Hey, Sean.
Sean,
What's cooking?
Mazel tov. We're talking about the Utopia. I'm asking Clocky here that the bookings are going to start on the 20th in a couple of days, right? So where's Utopia going? So he says to me, to an island in the water. So I'm like, okay. So you have no idea where the first sailing is going, and you're gonna book it. And he says that he's booking because of the ship, not the where the destination. I like the destination.
I can make the best of it no matter what.
So
Well, we do know it's going to go to Coco Key.
Yes.
You
All
know that.
sailings are going to go to Coco Cay.
So it'll probably be Bahamas or something like that, the first one, just to test it out and take everybody's money for jumping in. So we'll see. We'll see, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's just the website won't say. And then he says, yeah, to an island. Wow, really? Yeah, I know. Yeah. If it was here next to me, I would have hit him in the head already. You know?
Well, that's not very nice.
It is. In your case, it is. You need some reconstruction up here. And that, okay, baby, sorry. I was told to be nice to you. Oh, nice, Ross. Yes. I
The
will have
nasty
some
old
of that.
candy corn.
Can I just very quickly? There's a couple of people in the chat there. G'day to Denise. G'day to EM Archer. G'day to Meg, and whoever else said g'day, Sean.
Who's Sean anyway?
I'll bugger if I know.
Who that?
He's the worst half of Ilana and Sean.
Master
Sean, I
Tone.
haven't talked to you in a while. It's been
I
like
haven't
a couple
spoken to you
weeks.
in ages, Clocky. How you doing, buddy?
Good. Still haven't found any free flights to Australia, though.
Man, you got to come down. You see this back here, this thing behind me here? That's what it's going to be like New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2024, going into January 25. So, you've got to come on down. You got to have this atmosphere, guys. You got to have this atmosphere. 2nd of January, 2025 on the Celebrity Edge to the South Pacific. What more can I say?
You hear that, baby?
I promise you, Sean, if I win the lottery between now and then, I will be down there.
Mere details. Who's saying something? Not me.
Nope. So, Mike, you gonna book Utopia? You gonna take a look at it?
Probably not. Probably
Man.
not.
Man,
It's gonna be expensive stuff, man.
It's
we'll see.
I don't know. I'll wait till the hoopla dies down and
Thank
Yeah.
you.
then slide in there.
Yep.
That's my only thing is it's gonna be a lot like Wonder, and I've already been on Wonder twice. So,
Think so?
well, I know so. It's gonna be exactly like Wonder, except for they're gonna have a couple specialty restaurants, but I don't pay for specialty restaurants, so it's not gonna help me any.
I think the most interesting thing they're going to have is that immersive restaurant based on the train.
Yeah, and that's gonna be an upcharge.
Yep. We usually get the unlimited dining package.
I got you.
No, Emily, no one knows.
And now, especially since they changed the main dining room menu.
Yeah, that was terrible.
That new Royal Caribbean menu is absolute garbage.
Yep.
Like when we went on the Oasis, we bought the unlimited dining plan, and we never touched the MDR. And we only touched Windjammer for breakfast and one lunch.
I plan on doing that at some point. I'll catch it on the Black Friday sale or whenever they put it on sale. I'll do the unlimited dining package, but
Yeah.
till I decide, or pay off some of these cruises, then I'll just eat at the main dining room.
Okay, Clocky, secret. Don't do the other cruises. Just come on the one in January 2025. Just, put that dollars to that cruise. That's a good way of not having to win the lottery. Sorry. Just saying.
I can't
Sorry.
I can't narrow it down to one cruise for $12,000 when I can do several
Hey,
cruises.
mate, I had to when it was the Carnival Horizon, right? Come on down.
I know.
So he's using that experience to get you lure into going to Australia.
Australia and New Zealand is on our bucket list.
Well, come on down.
I've been
Ross.
down many times.
I mean, I want to do that so
Video
bad.
out.
I cannot tolerate the flight to the West Coast. Can you imagine flying to Australia?
That
that's
would be my
easy.
thing.
I'll tell you how you fix that one. You take a bucket load of stiff drinks plus some Valium that'll put you to sleep, and you sleep the 14 hours,
Yeah.
15 hours. Hang on, 16, 14, yeah, somewhere around there.
Being someone who's done that, like I did it nonstop every week for almost 3 years. Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, I would need to. I would need to
Well-
overdose on Ambien or something.
Well, let me put this to you. It's better to do a 14-hour straight flight than it is to do 12 hours stop, mess around in an airport for a couple of hours, then get on another flight and do another 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Just get it over and done with.
All right, Sean. Now that you're here, I'm gonna interrupt the panel for a bit. But now that you're here, I don't know if you could see the comment that Meg put on the panel. I
Yep.
would like you to let these guys know what is the cruisathon about, and I would like them to join somehow to bring at least an hour of their time to help you with your cause. So if you don't mind explaining what the cruisathon is and the dates and how to get involved, please.
Sure. So the cruisathon goes from July 6th to July 9. The purpose of the cruisathon is to raise funds for Helping Hands for Cruising. Do you guys all know about Helping Hands? Show of hands, who does not?
No, I
Awesome.
know a
Okay,
little
so-
bit about it, but I don't have all the details.
Okay, so Helping Hands for Cruising was an organization I set up. The intention was initially when we went on the Carnival Horizon, there was a guy, Kenneth Oakes. I'm sure you all know Kenneth. We wanted Kenneth to join us on the cruise, and I asked him, mate, would you like to join us? Yeah, I'd love to join. So I got him to talk to our TA at the time, which was Cindy Spiker. And then he said to me, you know what? There's no way known I can ever afford to go on that cruise. So I started thinking and I started asking around and saying, hey guys, would you be prepared to chip in a little bit so that we can get Kenny on the cruise? And people went, yeah, sure, no worries. And I thought, well, you know what? This is something that we can do for the general population. So what we're looking to do, what Helping Hands for Cruising does, is it gives people who have never, ever had the opportunity in their life for one reason or another, whether they be the carer of somebody who's disabled, or they are disabled, or they've had financial hard times all their life. It's been a total impossibility for people to enjoy what we consider to be a privilege. And so as a result, we then set up Helping Hands for Cruising, and we have already had 3 sets of recipients. So Kenny, as you know, a couple called James and Cindy Catanese, and also Scott and Amber Hicks have all had the privilege of being funded by Helping Hands for Cruising. So the way that we get a recipient on board is if you know of somebody that you think is deserving of the Helping Hands for Cruising charity, then simply what you do is you put a couple of minute video together and you send that into the Helping Hands for Cruising board. Go to our website. It's helpinghands4cruising.org, and then put in the video there, and the board will have a look at it and then get that person on board a cruise ship. We're looking for recipients the same way. So, not recipients, hosts the same way. So to give you an idea, Helping Hands for Cruising currently has in 146 days, get this is like a 360. The recipient, the very first recipient, Kenneth Oakes, is himself hosting a cruise along with Destination Delight in 146 days. Isn't that incredible? Yeah. We changed the life. We didn't change one, we changed 30, right? In 490 days, Amy from Amethyst Hayes has set up a group cruise with Helping Hands for Cruising going on the Carnival Breeze. I'm not sure where it's going, but it's going on the Carnival Breeze. In 566 days, this group, the Down Under Cruisers, I don't know who they are. Down Under Cruises have linked in with Helping Hands for Cruising, doing a cruise from Sydney to the South Pacific. And lastly, Ocean to Ocean in 728 days. You all know Ocean to Ocean. It's Bruce.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You all know him. He's got a cruise going from Seattle to Alaska in 728 days. Okay, these are all Helping Hands for Cruising cruises that are being associated with the individual channels. Folks, you need to get involved. Whether we have you for an hour or whatever, we need to get you involved so that we can get as much money as we possibly can, so that we can get as many people enjoying what we find a privilege. Would you agree with that, folks?
Yes. And by the way, I'm already part of it. I believe that I have that Friday and the Saturday at 11 p.m. I'm going to be going live for that, for being part of it. So
yeah, I knew that that's what the organization was about. I just wasn't clear about the reasoning behind it. Like, I didn't know if it was specifically for, I guess I didn't know if it was something more or less kind of like Make-A-Wish, right? Like if it was related to somebody with like a debilitating disease or this or that or whatever, or if it was, but now that you've clarified it for it, I really appreciate that.
Oh, I'm glad. Do you have any questions about it?
No, I mean, I agree. I mean, I completely agree with with the mission about it, like it is a privilege for us. Like I'm always using the term first world problems, right?
Yep.
Like, and I always refer to that, like every time I'm running into an issue or a situation where, everything isn't going absolutely perfect with my cruise, I always remind myself that this is a first world problem and I should just keep my mouth shut. Yeah.
So, look, any of you guys that are willing to put in an hour or whatever onto the cruiseathon, please get in touch with Meg. She's got her details up in the chat there at the moment. Please get in touch with her. Please give us 1 hour of your time.
I'm currently set up for my Sunday slot that I normally do with my wife. But I'm going to be on a cruise until that Saturday morning. So until I know what time I get home, if there's any time slots left over, then I'll be able to get on another
First world problems. Seriously, Clucky.
I am signed up for one. I got you an hour. I was one of the first people to sign up.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were. But we would appreciate anything that you guys do, even if it's a 2-minute video talking about why you like Helping Hands or whatever the case might be. Anything, right? It doesn't have to be an hour. It can be a 2-minute video just telling us why you support Helping Hands, and that's all going to go onto the Helping Hands for Cruising channel. We want to get to a point where the Helping Hands for Cruising YouTube channel is actually self-sufficient, so that not only do we put things out on there, but it makes money on its own too.
And Denise, yes, it could happen. That could happen too. So we'll see what happens with that. And it's nothing to it. All you do is just have your normal conversation, mention Helping Hands for Cruising once in a while. As there people are donating money, you could give away something, donate something from your channel. Say whoever gets away this amount of money in the next 5 minutes, you will get this, and make somebody will let you know who donated or whatever, and there's many things you could do. So the main thing is to get more people involved, so they could get knowledge of this organization and help out how they can. Whatever little they get it'll make a world of difference for somebody else, that has never cruised before. Like Mike and Rheanna, they never cruised before, and I know once they do next year, when they do finally cruise with us, they're gonna be hooked. They're gonna enjoy it so much. They want to do it again. And
they're gonna want to immigrate to Florida,
as everybody else does. Seriously, I mean,
Dario left Georgia and Dario moved back to Florida.
Look, let me say that you guys who live in Florida are so bloody lucky. Let me say,
Sure.
because you can
Yeah.
jump on a cruise that goes for 2 to 3 days and not stress, and it all adds to your loyalty. And man, cruising is the bit here. Try doing a 2 to 3 day here.
You got that right. Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, good. How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you.
we're talking with Sean here from the Down Under Cruisers. He's explaining the next marathon that they're gonna have, July 6th through the 9th. To collect funds and help somebody else cruise that's never cruised before or have a disability or no way to make it, to help them out get into a ship and have a great time. So that's what we're talking about for right now. There's a marathon July 6th to the 9th, and there's spots open. They're looking for volunteers to cover at least an hour of your time talking about the marathon and all that. Plus talking about whatever you want, and doing a few things here and there, give something away, or request to collect money to send it to this organization, stuff like that.
Georgia, is that a promenade route on a Royal Caribbean ship?
Who, John? You asking John?
Where am I right now?
I'm saying that looks like a promenade route on a Royal Caribbean ship.
No, this is the Carnival Radiance, and we're down on the 3rd floor on the promenade. So it is the promenade, but we're actually down in the promenade itself. Here, you can see the promenade there.
Yeah.
John,
There's the ocean.
Can I say this lovingly?
Yes, please say it.
Oh, he's gone.
I was going to tell him to shut the TV or whatever they have on also because...
No, I was going to say I hate him because I want to be on the cruise ship myself.
So
I was going to hit him down and you were going to love him.
Me too.
Yeah, well,
I haven't been on a cruise
here
since
anyway,
March.
so-
I'm getting land sickness.
Hey, I know the feeling.
Seriously, like I'm thinking I'm going to my doctor next week and say, can I just have one of those patches to put behind my ear because I'm kind of getting land sick a little bit.
So the issue we've got here in Melbourne is that the season is shut down. There are no cruise ships in Melbourne until September the 20th, I believe. And then we'll start to see some cruise ships come back in. So we're having cruise envy or whatever it is.
Well, now that MSC has come to New York and Carnival is going to be sailing from New York year round rather than just during the warmer months, so I can definitely see me on more cruises from New York. So
Yep.
Nice.
It's 4.5 hour ride from me.
yeah.
I believe that in September of 24, we will be having the Resilient Lady home porting in Melbourne.
Oh,
So
nice.
that's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Very good. See here, she's put in, please join us for the Cruisathon. And how could you do that too? Also, by subscribing to Helping Hands for Cruising.
Yep.
And email Meg and let her know if you're able to do so, to take an hour or whatever you could do, maybe a half hour and add another half hour with another channel. I'll be willing to do half hour of whoever wants to go in and, continue. So I'm
Eddie, let me just clarify a couple of things. There is no way known in hell you can do half an hour of anything.
That's correct.
Well, your live streams go for 3.5 hours.
Good point.
And of course, there was the 5-hour marathon, right?
Well, yeah,
5.5.
there you go. See, 5.5. You got to add the
Well,
half.
Oh, Sean was on a couple lives with me that lasted, I think 9 hours. I did when I was doing those night shifts.
Oh, that's right. We had to keep waking you up.
Yep.
Oh,
that's
no,
right.
your name's not Kenny. That's right.
And I thought I could talk a lot.
Yeah, it was talk which was interrupted by the odd snore here and no, that's not true. But I will be putting out a video I was about to sit down and do it, but I will be putting out a video in the next week from a place called Woomera, which was where I have spent the last couple of weeks or so. And you want to have a look at the outback of the real outback, not that restaurant thing. The outback of Australia. This was a place where the Brits, the Americans, and the Aussies all did some rocket testing in the 60s. It's just outside of an Air Force base, which I was at, and it's now become a mine site. Apparently there's huge deposits of copper and all that sort of stuff down there. So I spent a week there, and so I'll be putting out some video on that trip, so you guys will have a look and see what the real outback looks like.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you really should not trust what you saw in the Crocodile Dundee movies then.
Oh no, true, because kangaroos can box.
I saw on TikTok the other day. I swear to God, I was mesmerized by it. There was this guy, I don't know where he was, but wherever he was, there was this kangaroo there, and that kangaroo would not leave him alone. Like, that was the longest TikTok in history, and that kangaroo was just on him constantly. And it did not matter how many times he busted that thing was right back and ready to just rumble some more. I was floored by the entire thing.
You know, a lot of people say that the kangaroo is a cute, sweet little animal. A shame. How can you eat it? How can you do this and that? Listen, in Australia, kangaroos are vermin. They are just so prolific. And occasionally you'd find them as roadkill because they just jump out in front of you. You can't help it. And
like deer here.
Say again?
Like
we have deer
Yep.
do the same thing here. Yeah.
Yep. And so we just had to be extremely careful, as well as a couple of emus running around as well. I mean, kangaroos everywhere. So yeah, they are strong as, and just step out of the way, let them go.
I've seen those videos where like the kangaroo got the guy's dog, and then the guy run over there and punched him in the face, and the kangaroo was like appalled.
Yep.
Like stood there shocked.
See, kangaroos don't eat much in the way of meat. That they will eat foliage and so forth. But you know what? They are very strong, and their claws, their front claws, are enormously powerful.
Yeah.
Meg says, "I'm sorry. Last night was just freaking amazing. Alice is not a quiet person."
What are you talking about, Meg? I haven't heard Alice ever say a word, and I never exaggerate.
Hi, Sean.
How are ya?
Good. I'm doing good.
That's good. See, I know how to get her to say something. It's called building relationships.
That's right. We got to meet Meg last night for the first time in person, and it was great. We ended up in going to a restaurant in Atlanta. I guess her and Darian got it together, and he told me that he was going to be here spending the night at the our hotel at the airport because they left to go to Germany today. Darian and his kid, Billy. So we met at a restaurant up in Atlanta, and Meg was there. So we finally got to meet her. And out of the blue, Blaine showed up too. Somehow he was driving down and found out about it too, and he popped in also. So we were there for about a few hours, hanging out at a German restaurant
I'll
in
tell you what,
downtown Atlanta.
the three most exciting people I like to spend time with is Darian, Blaine, and Meg. They are just amazing. But you know what? Blaine's only amazing because of Mallory.
Yeah, I agree. Yep. Well, and that I like to push him down too.
Yep.
and he knows it.
Yeah.
So,
Bloody hell. You've got JNN in there. G'day, John. It's 12:58.
Nice. And by the way, there's a question here for you, Sean. Just a question to the Australian. How much is it for snorkeling? Snorkeling where? In the out there?
Well, let me put this to you, Ian Archie. You unfortunately in the outback you can't snorkel anywhere because it's all red dirt. But if you go around the oceans, it is absolutely exquisite. Australia's got some of the most incredibly diverse territory, especially if you go up to the Queensland area where you've got the barrier reef up in that territory there. Just be careful where you stand and with what jellyfish you play with.
Lots of nice, friendly animals.
Oh, Australia's got plenty of friendly animals. You should try some of those in the US. What do you call them? Rattlers? Black widows?
What's with them toilet spiders y'all have?
Say they mean on the outback, okay? Yes, in the waters. Yeah, of course. What's her name? Chancer's Travel. Emily, go check Chancer's Travel. She did
Chancer, yeah.
A few blogs with the archipelago. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's right. The archipelago. Yep.
Yeah. So check those blogs from her from Chancer's Travel, Shannon, and you'll see what Sean is talking about. So you get an idea.
And also, Archie, you've also got to go down to a place called Tasmania. Tasmania is exquisite. Absolutely. We call it the Apple Isle. It is a bit cooler than Melbourne, but hey, what can I say?
Well, I got a bucket list when I come down. I want to do the can train.
Well, come on down. Come join us.
It's about maybe 2 or 3 years away.
January the 2nd, 2025.
We'll be in Hawaii.
Any excuse will do. Cancel Hawaii. It's not that important. You can go there anytime.
That's right.
It's around the corner for you guys.
Actually, Sean, just so you know, for Helping Hands for Cruising, I'm going to make some phone calls to some people I know and maybe get you guys try to get you guys a corporate sponsorship.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
A friend of mine, who I've mentioned before, the one with the family suite on the icon, she's a major executive for a website, and also she's involved with an organization called Chief, which is Executive Women, and she and her husband sponsor 4 to 6 families a year to either go cruising or go to a Disney Vacation Club resort every year.
Oh, wow. That'd be awesome.
We can get them involved with you to sponsor families to you and give you some of their DVC points for Disney cruises.
That'd be so exciting.
Yep.
We currently have been using Carnival, but we're not limited to a Carnival cruise. You know, if we can get people on whatever cruise we can get people on, we're excited for that.
So
we don't want them to go on a cruise. We don't want them to go on a cruise on their own. We want them to go on a cruise that's part of a group.
Yes.
Because if they go as part of a group, they've got at least a connection.
Yeah, and her husband is a travel agent. So
that makes it even better.
Yep, and they're I'll talk to her when they get back from Alaska. They're leaving Monday.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Really appreciate that, Ross.
Mm-hmm. And then don't talk to Clocky because he'll go in everything he can. Right.
Clocky has an understanding with me. He knows that everything he does is shocking. So, oh, sorry. Yeah, you're a Sparky, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I forget that.
He's very spotty, too.
Yeah.
I just know that every time I meet up with Clocky, every time I meet up with Clocky, I've got to make sure I've got a multimeter in my hand.
Wire nuts.
I should have wore that shirt tonight. It says D's nuts. Got wire nuts on it.
Yeah, I saw that shirt. That's why I said it.
Oh my lord.
G'day, Chris.
John says Carnival is easier for beginners. Is there any truth to that?
I mean, my first cruise was on Sovereign of the Seas, so
And ours was on the Golden Princess. Well, fat lot of use that did it because the Golden Princess is no longer around. It's now a P&O ship. In fact, we're just waiting for the Carnival Horizon to be changing its name. Golden Princess, of course, went to P&O. The second ship, the Sun Princess, well, that got scrapped. I believe that's becoming a new ship fairly shortly. So we're just waiting for the Carnival Horizon to go. Too early for the Carnival Horizon, I reckon. Great ship.
My
This
first
is why
one was
he
the
says
Pride.
mhm.
This
Say
is
again?
why he sent that, because this cruise has a ton of blue cards.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting in coming up October. I'm gonna be getting my blue card. I wish I could have got credit for all my cruises back in the 80s and 90s, but no. Besides, those ships are long gone from those days back. So
Actually, it's quite funny. There's a channel there called Code 4 for Life, and those guys are avid Princess cruisers. So they would probably be elite on Princess, and they were doing a cruise on a Holland America ship, and they had a blue card. How annoying.
well, me and us, we're gonna be getting blue cards.
You can't claim the elite status when you go back down to blue card.
Yep. That's why they tell an MSC they'll match you with their status to status, but once you hit if you don't book a cruise within 3 years, 5 status, you drop back to whatever beginning it is, and that's it. They won't bring you back up again. What is a blue card? It means first timers. That's the first time we're cruising on Carnival. Which is, I don't know. We'll find out once we get there, but I think that's why you and me we're gonna be getting blue cards. Even though Bruce said that when he booked for me, that he found my name in their backlog, whatever. So I was surprised. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
So let me ask you guys a question, if I may be so bold. Those of
You are
that
bold.
cruisers, I know. Those of you that are cruisers, what do you remember about the very first cruise you went on?
Oh my!
Hurricane Matthew made us go north instead of south. So we didn't go to the tropical islands. We went to the exotic island of New York City.
Beautiful city, my man. Beautiful city. From what I recall, I think my first cruise was at night, sometime late 80s. I remember walking in the port of 17th Street Causeway, which is now the Fort Lauderdale terminal. And I'm looking at this big thing in front of me. And I was amazed how this big hunk of metal will float on the water. And I remember following the group and all that, and going in and do all the stuff that we needed to do, and walking in it, and to me, it was like looking at a hotel out on the water. It was a very small ship compared to the ships now. Nothing extravagant. So those neon lights and big stage and all that stuff that they have in Carnival now. Back then was I think 3 or 4 decks on this ship. It did have a disco that I recall, a few bars, casino. Everybody was smoking in the casino, so I hardly hang around in the casino. During the daytime, there were people with shotguns in the back of the ship shooting stuff. Whatchamacallit? I remember jumping. Yeah, skeet. I remember jumping in the pool, diving in. I mean, feet first. Once I hit the ground, I slipped and ended up on my butt. That's when I realized it was salt water, because it was a slime on the bottom, and water it was just a salty water anyway, ocean water. So I didn't know that. I thought it was all regular, like a regular pool. Lucky back then I wasn't drinking like I ended up drinking after. But I got some good memories out of the whole thing. We did went to the Bahamas a lot, and that's why I nowadays I don't really care to go back to the Bahamas because I've been there so much back then in those times. But it was a different experience. Now in 2018, when we hit Norwegian going into this massive ship, I was like, wow, what a big difference, And I saw the upgrade from back then to now now it's about to be in the 20s again. So it was pretty cool. I'm happy that I have that experience from before and now.
Cruise vet.
Well, I just remember how impressed I was at how nice everything was on the inside. I mean,
Yeah.
I spent 20 years in the Navy, and all those ships are like really industrial.
Yeah.
There's no frills, and so to like walk around on a cruise ship and just see like how well everything looks and
Mhm.
all the different venues and stuff. I don't know. I was just impressed by it.
Ross.
Well, I'm the virgin of the group. My first cruise was November of last year. So my significant other, that was her third cruise. This was my first cruise. I never thought cruising was going to be for me, but we went on the Oasis of the Seas, and it was the best time I ever had. The size of the ship blew me away. Videos and pictures don't do it justice.
No.
Right. Yep. That's right.
I think the best thing was us, majority of the time we just sat around a Molito deck talking with people. We made some very long-term friends, and also my first cruise I met Super Mario.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so that was my first cruise, and my vacations primarily prior to that was always going to Disney parks worldwide, primarily, and I have no interest in going back to Disney for quite some time.
Good idea.
Cruises only.
Master Drill.
My first cruise was Sovereign of the Seas, and I thought that I had done all my research on it. It did not prepare me. Shock and awe. I was so overwhelmed and impressed. The ship was just so regal and so just, the formal nights were back when formal nights were really formal nights, and just everything was so elegant, and the shows were really just top notch. And that was when they still, put the chocolate on your pillow and stuff, it was just it knocked my socks off. I was hooked probably before I even got on the ship. And then once I got on the ship, and it was only just a 3-day cruise, from Florida to the Bahamas and the private island, which is way different than what it is now. And just hooked immediately. And the very next month, I flew back down to Florida and got on her again.
So for us, our very first cruise was on the Golden Princess. It went out of our hometown, Melbourne, and went around New Zealand back to Melbourne. And it was an experience that we said, oh, well, let's just give this a try. And then we ended up, it was the thing that got us into cruising, which is one of the reasons why this channel is up and about. And all I can say is that when you step off the ship in New Zealand and you have, quite funny for us was, I'm sorry, you folks, but for us, ship coffee sucks.
Yep.
sucks. And the
I
first
take my
thing
own
we
creamer.
would do when we get off a cruise, get off the ship in whatever port was, go for a decent coffee.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's sort of like the funny bit. All I'm going to say, Mike, when you go on your first cruise, just pick all the stories from each one of us and just think, how is your life going to be so different when you jump on that first cruise? I can tell you, it especially when we look at the Carnival Horizon, what we did there with Kenny. Not only was Kenny's life totally turned around, but everybody else that got on board that ship, getting to know new people, getting to have experiences, getting to see different places, it certainly changes your outlook on life.
And you would think that, like, so my first cruise was a honeymoon cruise. The day of our wedding, we got an email saying, we're no longer going south, we're going north. If you want to cancel, you can. But we're going to go to New York, St. John's Bay, and another place in Canada. We were like, well, we've never been cruising before, so let's just do it and see how it is. So we got on the ship, and we get to New York City, get off, we run around. We were worried about getting back to the ship on time. We get back to the ship, and then they say, we're no longer going to Canada because the storm shifted. Well, half the people then, we were already down to half capacity. Well, half the people came from New York City to get on the ship. So those people were so mad that they weren't going anywhere else other than the place they lived. They asked to get off the ship there. So we got knocked down to quarter capacity. We'd go into the clubs at night, and the show performers for the big show would come there with us and sing karaoke with us and sing at the piano bar with us. And it was just a lot of fun. Like different things you would never get to experience. And we got lucky enough to experience on the first one.
Awesome.
I mean, just listening to that, I'm impressed that it sounds very, very different, radically different than what you were anticipating and expecting. And the fact that you still fell in love with it really says something, like, I mean, it just really speaks to how amazing cruising is, I think,
Ours was really funny because, like you, Clocky, ours was also a honeymoon cruise. The only problem was we weren't getting married until April after the cruise. And so we were on board the ship, and there was this US doctor who was just going through a divorce at the time, and he's looking at each one of us. He had a dinner party where he had us, the newlyweds, another couple that had been together for 5 years, and another couple that are doing the 30 years. And he's asking each one of us how things are going. And then one of the ladies there asked Ilana, what was she wearing at the wedding? What was her wedding dress? Only problem was she wanted to keep it a secret from me. The wedding was not for another 3 months. It was funny. You had to be there. But having said that, I wouldn't have met any of you guys if it wasn't for cruising.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of people I would have never met for sure.
Yeah, our first cruise was with another couple because we were like, we don't want to go alone. It just won't seem right. So we went with another couple. Well, then the next cruise was a surprise cruise for my wife because since the first one was messed up, they gave us a future cruise credit, and I took her on the cruise we were supposed to go on. And so the other couple couldn't go with us on that one. So when we got down there, when we got on the ship, we started meeting everybody, started talking to everybody. And we'd have people that we'd run into all over the ship that we had met from different nights, and we'd hang out with them for different shows, or we'd hang them at the bar and stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun. You just got to be open to talking to people.
Absolutely.
That's right.
The person that we met on our cruise, him and his friend, we got so tight with them to the point of we were talking about where they live, to the point of we're planning on moving to the city they're living in Florida.
Wow. Hey, Bruce. How you going, buddy?
What's
There's the
up?
cruise salesman.
What is going on?
We were just talking about you.
Anybody
now.
need to book a balcony today? I'm your man.
Yeah.
Just let me talk to your wife and we're good to go.
Sean, did you tell him to come on here?
No,
Is he pushing?
mentioned
Is he pushing Australia?
Well, I'd like him to push Australia.
Yes.
To be honest with you, Sean, if we could pull it off, we would be there. And who knows? Who knows?
Well, it's only 566 days to go.
I know.
Got a couple days to re-reserve it.
And from where Bruce lives, it's probably only a 20-minute plane ride.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Bruce, we were busy having a discussion about our experiences on our very first cruise. What do you remember about yours?
Oh my goodness. So my very first cruise was in 2015 on the Carnival Triumph. And so, I mean, we already had the infamous cruise we are not going to talk about when we got on that ship. I thought that ship was beautiful. It was when we pulled. I'd never been on a cruise before, and so I pulled up, and man, this was like a small town, and just going on for the first time, seeing the atrium, seeing the glass elevators. I was just in awe of it all. It was fantastic, and the fact that Matt Mitchum happened to be our cruise director too.
And this bloody thing floats too, hey?
It did float. It float, and guess what? There was no electrical issues. There was no power issues. The toilets worked. Everything worked on the ship.
Right.
So I'm starting to think, Bruce, were you on the one that had to be towed back with the tugs?
No, luckily I was not.
All right.
Are you sure?
So now I'm going to ask Mike a really important question. He's heard all the people talk about their experiences. What are you looking forward to the most when you go on your first cruise?
Meeting everybody.
And that's
And all the
gonna be-
friendships we're going to make and everything on the cruise.
Yep. And you know what the good news is? The good news is you already have an in, because you already know a lot of the people that are going to go with you on the cruise.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that certainly, you know, when you get on board a ship and you see this face and you go, I know that face, hug. Immediately, everybody looks at you strange, but hey, immediately that hug comes in. It just makes the difference. You know you're home. And that's what I look at, is being home on board a ship.
Now, this is probably a taboo thing to say to you, Mike, right? But
Yep.
This is the worst part of the end of the cruise. The first day you're home and you have to cook.
Yes.
You think about it, right? But you think about it. But when you actually experience that for the first time, well, even when you experience that for like the 50th time, right? When you get home from your cruise and that first day and you're like, oh, I have to cook.
Oh,
Yeah.
not only that, but Mike, when you go out of your bedroom and you go do whatever, you come back, your bed's not made. I mean,
And what's more, I've still got the breakfast
no
card still
parallel.
hanging on the door.
Yeah.
It's the worst, but you know, it inspires you to go on another cruise.
it does inspire you. You know, I actually think the worst is the day before you get off the ship when you have to pack. That's
Yeah.
the worst.
We had a weird disembarkation day on our cruise. So we're coming out of our room to go downstairs to leave, and we can't leave the hallway because the sheriff is there, the Miami police are there, They took someone in custody out of their room who had a warrant for their arrest.
Wow.
So I think they found out that he came on the ship. They found out he had a warrant. They let him do his cruise, and they just met him at the end.
Okay,
He
so
wasn't
Ross,
going
I got a quick parallel story for that. I was on Legend, I think, in March of 2021. I don't know. All my cruises run together. I don't remember when they were, but anyway, I was on that cruise, and when I was getting on that cruise, I learned that the previous sailing, so not the sailing that was coming off that I was getting onto, but the one before that. That embarkation, so the one that was before mine, the embarkation of that sailing was delayed by 5 hours because there was a guy on board who had a warrant for his arrest, and somebody had tipped him off that the authorities were waiting for him to get off the ship in Baltimore.
So he was hiding?
So he was hiding, and they had to bring dogs and everything else on the ship and search for him, and it took 5 hours to find him.
That just happened on Wonder with us.
You can hide on ship, too.
Wonder for us just now in April, somebody tried to stay on the board and hide.
Yep.
Wow.
And with us, we couldn't get off the ship because, of course, we were in the last room on the 8th deck right next to the Aqua Theater Suite. So we couldn't get to the elevator, so we had to stand there and wait. And when we had an early flight, and I had to get to the airport because it takes me extra time to go through security. So that was fun.
What I find is that with all the exciting things that go on, as in delayed embarkations and so forth, it still does not spoil the cruise.
Mm-mm.
You get on and you have the most amazing time. You get off, you've had an experience, and all you want to do is do that experience again.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
sometimes I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I find it's the anticipation of the cruise that has a lot, that means a lot more than the actual cruise itself.
Yeah. So my worst embarkation process was in Norfolk, Virginia. It took me about 8.5 hours to get on board. And it was by far one of the most successful video or episodes on my channel, with about 30,000 views. Now I know that's not a big deal to a lot of other channels, but it was a big deal for my channel, especially at the time because my channel was brand new. But in any event, it took me forever. Like I said, it took me almost over 8 hours to get on board. The worst part of that was when that cruise was over and we came back, a lot of people returned to their cars to find out that they had been broken into, like the windows were smashed and they were vandalized and everything else. But so it was this big, huge, kind of nightmare scenario. But the in-between time on the ship was amazing, and it did not take very long for that entire, kind of nightmare experience to wear off and for you to get into cruise mode and have a really great time. So
here's something that we couldn't quite understand. When we went on the Carnival Horizon, we had to get ESTA documentation in order to come into the US. They didn't ask us for the ESTA documentation on the way into the country. But when we were getting onto the cruise ship in Miami, they asked us for our ESTA documentation. Can't understand why. We're leaving the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now that I've killed that conversation, let's find something else to kill.
Well, our first that first cruise we did for our honeymoon, so we didn't know anything about cruising. None of us had ever been on a cruise before. So, like I said, we didn't know till our wedding day that we were no longer going south. We had already had our suitcases packed because we weren't staying at our house that night. We had to go home and get our luggage. Well, all our stuff was packed for warm weather, not cold weather.
Yeah.
So we had to go back to the house, empty out our suitcases, repack everything, and leave to go to the port. Well, we're all like, well, I mean, we don't leave till 4:30. So as long as we're there by 4:30, we're okay. Yeah, we showed up at 3:30. It was like 3:30, 4 o'clock. We had to go through the gangway, the hole in the side of the ship where they put the cargo in, because the gangway is already gone. We got one of the very last computers that were even still out. Most of the computers were already put away.
Pier
They had these
runners
big
on their
cases that
first
they put them in.
cruise.
So we got very lucky that we even got on the ship.
Did I hear you say pier runner on your first cruise?
Essentially, yes. Yep.
Don't be late, Mike. Don't be late.
Oh, since then, we're normally about 6 hours before early. So we're the ones that are jumping the line to get on the ship, not waiting for our assigned check-in time.
Yeah, no, we don't wait either.
Now, I have never showed up before my time. I've been late plenty of times, but I've never showed up ahead of time. But I've heard plenty of people I've heard both sides. I've heard plenty of people being allowed on early, and I've heard plenty of people say that they were turned away and told to come back at their time.
Never turned away.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Anyway, that Galveston, that they've made them stand in a separate line until their check-in time was hit.
I mean, Royal separated, like they had different turnstiles and stuff, and we were all prepared to go into the one where our line was, but when we got there, they said, "No, just go on in. There's no one in there." And they've gotten to the point where the check-in is so fast now that there's really no lines anymore. I mean, it's just people are showing up so early and spread out that there's really no lines anymore. At least that's my experience.
Yeah, I both Ilana and I fear being late, so we always go early if we can, and we generally haven't had any issues.
Yeah.
Bone Tired says they have Faster to the Fun for the booze cruise. I'm not sure how I feel about Faster to the Fun. Like, I'm kind of conflicted about that whole thing.
What's Faster to the Fun?
It's something you pay for. So you basically pay a fee and then you get priority.
Skip the line.
You get some priority. So like when you're boarding, you get priority over general boarding right after platinums. And
you get like priority when you're in ports. You get priority on the tenders,
and
if there's a tender.
You have a special line at guest services. You get to go on the same line as the platinums do if you have to go to guest services.
Yeah, I kind of like, as somebody who's had to work really hard. As somebody who's had to work really hard to earn loyalty on a lot of different lines, I feel kind of conflicted about people just coming down and slapping money down and getting that same loyalty. It's kind of
agreed.
I don't like it. So,
but I've found out a legitimate way to beat the line. So, Dad walks with a frame, and when we got to Melbourne Airport, when we got to Station Pier, they chucked Dad into a wheelchair and started to push him, and then we had to take the frame with us, so we gave that to Mom. So Mom's walking with a frame, Dad's in the wheelchair. We get up to the check-in for the Grand Princess, and as we walk in, they go, "Don't worry about the line. Don't worry. Come on in. Go to the disabled section where we can get ourselves signed in." We got ourselves signed in. We're on board ship in 30 seconds. So it helps having someone with a wheelchair and a frame. Yeah,
that's what Eddie and Cruise Nuts did. I said,
I
knew I should have came over there with you guys.
Go with Scrub's Nest as well. He's in a wheelchair too.
Yeah.
That's what we did. My brother-in-law broke both cruise with, and he had carts and a scooter and a wheelchair and the airport, everything. We just hung with them and we just got through everything.
Yeah, we were in NOLA. We were just by the side of the corner of the Haven group that was sitting there. We just happened to be talking to cruise nuts and stuff. And so when they said, "Oh, let's get ready to start boarding," and when they say, "Oh, handicap," go line up after Haven, and one of the guys there looks at me, he goes, "You need to go there now." I'm like, "Okay." And he asked Chris Nuts, "Are you part of the group?" We both turned around, me and Mike at the same time. We turned around and we said, "Yes." So we just grabbed them alone. They came with us. By the time my clock came in, I already had 4 sandwiches, 2 cups of coffee,
Yep.
and I was just sitting there going like this in the Garden Cafe. And I go, "Oh, you just got here now?" And Mike's like, "Yeah, I just got here now."
Right.
Yeah, that was the worst embarkation I've ever had is on the vloggers cruise in NOLA, because we sat there for hours in that meeting room before they even started loading the ship.
But it's just the way it's set up in NOLA. It's nothing to do with Norwegian,
Right.
you know?
I like
Ross,
to blame it on
what's
Norwegian.
that
just
ship
'cause
behind
we
you?
Oh my God, that's an old ship.
Yeah.
Big
That
time.
that is the SS Badger, last passenger and car ferry steam powered ship that runs between Ludington, Michigan, and Milwaukee. North of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, across Lake Michigan, and it's been going for 75 years.
Wow.
It's still active?
Still active,
Wow.
Still steam.
still steam, and coal.
Wow.
Wow.
Holy mama.
Like I just did a quick news story on our morning show the other day about a Viking ship that is sailing on 15-day itineraries from Cleveland, right on the Great Lakes, and I'm seriously considering putting one of those high up on the bucket list.
You know, the average cruise that goes around from Australia, the average cruise is no shorter than 14 days.
Mm. Wow. Yeah, I try to take like an 11-day or 12-day or whatever in the winter. I really like them. I'm I'm sold on them. I think that they're the perfect, and that's the perfect time, in my opinion, to take a longer cruise, for obvious reasons. But yeah, so like I'm really loving them, and so I did one in 2017, and then I hadn't done any for a couple of years. I did one last year, 11-day on Anthem of the Seas from New Jersey. I'm doing one 11-day this coming January 24 from New York on MSC Maravilla.
So what we find is that a 3-nighter gives you a chance to wet your whistle.
Yeah.
A 7-nighter, you're just getting settled in. 12 to 14 night, you've actually enjoyed a cruise.
Yeah. I think like me, I love being on a cruise, but when I'm on an 11-day cruise, by the time day 11 comes, I'm like, hey, this was good. I'm ready to go home now.
Yep.
On our first cruise together, we did a 9-day. Our second cruise the following year, we did a 14-day. And like you, on the 12th day, I was very happy and satisfied. Next day, I was ready. I was so calm and ready to go home that when embarkation day showed up, like
No
nothing.
big deal.
Yeah.
Nothing to it. So, yeah. But 7-day, 6-day, I'm already like, shoot, this is over tomorrow, Stuff like that. So, just the way
I know
it is.
that's why, like, my wife, when we go on a cruise, she like unpacks and puts everything in drawers like she lives there, right? Drives me absolutely insane.
I do the same.
I do the same thing.
So like when we get on a 7-day cruise, I'm like, it's only 7 days. I'm like, the day after tomorrow, you'll be like, oh my God, it's almost over. I was like,
Yep.
why are you putting things in drawers?
Yeah. Yep. That's
I
the
tease
thing.
my wife all the time on the second day of the cruise, like either right around dinner time. I normally say, the cruise is halfway over. This just isn't long enough. We need to do a longer one next time.
That's why you need to come down under. Oh, sorry.
Guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make me a quickie, okay? So
Oh,
speak among yourselves.
You said you're gonna go have a quickie?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
having
going to have a
quickie.
quickie.
I gotta do a quick. It takes like
Bruce.
gonna take me like 4 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. You got to
See?
do it whenever the pill kicks in, Bruce.
Yeah,
Is
that's
it gonna
right.
be in?
That's
Is it
right.
gonna be in the
That's
grow? Is it
true.
gonna be in the Grogu cup?
I don't. Yeah, I don't put a pill in a broken cup either. You know, I get a nice 20 ounces out of it.
Ooh, 20
Coffee.
ounces.
Yeah,
Alan
coffee.
puts it to him.
Enjoy, whatever it is.
I'll be right back. Right.
Rightio. So, from our point of view, any cruise is a great cruise, but you know, when we go on board cruise, Ilana's probably got about 65,000 bags, and all she lets me have is the Ziploc bag. You know, when you've got a 12-night cruise, at least the Ziploc bag is a bit bigger than a standard Ziploc. You know what I mean? We always overpack, don't we?
You sound like Jeremy and Cheryl. He said that Cheryl packs a bunch of stuff too. She was saying that on the live earlier today. We don't. We try to pack as least as amount as possible. That way, we're not fighting it going on and off, and we're not fighting it trying to. If we want to take some souvenirs back, we got a little bit of room.
Truth be known, when we came over to the US, we had 2 bags. One was both our clothing, and the other one was souvenirs for everybody for the cruise. And then we brought back as many souvenirs. So we thought we would have 1 case short, but no, we ended up with the same 2. Anyway, as you do. It's all fun.
This is the counterpoint. The ship I showed you before, the Badger, to go basically 150 miles across takes 8 hours. The ship that's behind me is the Lake Express, same distance, does it in an hour and a half.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
It's a catamaran. Yeah. We used to have a speed cat that did Sydney to Manly. And the thing about that ship, that boat, was that it actually raised up out of the water and it went on skis.
Mm-hmm. I've been on that boat. I've been on that ferry.
Have you done the standard Manly ferry? The old one.
The old one, no.
It's not there anymore, unfortunately. It's been retired.
Well, I used to travel down to Sydney prior to the Sydney Olympic Games for 3 years, doing consulting work with Lowe's Hotels, customer service training. So
you spend a bit of time on Sydney Harbour, right?
Oh, yes, quite a bit. To give you an idea, I would leave on a Sunday, come back on a Friday, and leave on a Sunday.
Oh,
so
jeez.
3 years straight. And I didn't have a choice. I had to come back here and take care of business over the weekend. Good thing the client paid for the first class. So.
You must have been totally exhausted.
Yep. But I got good sleep on the plane. At least I was first class on United.
Well, that's cool.
I would have one crew going out, another crew coming back. When I leave, I'd have the crew I had coming back going out.
Hi, Sherry.
Oh, g'day, Sherry.
Hi, Sherry.
One of the no, somebody's got Siri up there. Yep. Yep. One of the best things about Sydney Harbour is there are 2 docking points for ships.
Mm-hmm.
One is the overseas terminal, which is right next to the harbour bridge. The one at White Bay takes the ship right underneath the harbour bridge. So when we did the Sun Princess, we came out underneath the harbour bridge. It's got to be one of the most amazing feelings when you're sailing underneath the harbour bridge. We call it the coat hanger. Did you get a chance to climb the coat hanger, Ross?
No, I didn't. Plus, I have a fear of heights.
Yeah, me too.
Ross, now is that a Ponnet ship behind you?
No, that is the Lake Express ferry.
Oh.
In comparison to the one I showed you, the Badger, which takes 8 hours to go 150 miles. This one goes the same distance and it's an hour and a half.
Wow.
So old to new.
Well, Armstrong's got a live, I see.
Yeah, he started his live like right before we did.
Yeah, I actually noticed that he was live, and I wondered if he was in on this panel.
Well, folks, I'm going to love you and leave you. I need to do some video editing, so if I don't get it done, you won't see it. But it's been a pleasure spending time with you guys. And hopefully we'll see you down here January 2nd, 2025. No, shut up, Sean. Take care, guys.
See you.
Well, hey, Sean, we would love to see you June 2025 up here in Washington to go to Alaska too.
Well, let me be honest with you. I'll be 100% honest. We've got a ticket in for our $100 million lottery. If I win, we're on that cruise.
All right.
It sounds the same with me.
We have not on ours. You better not come on ours, you mongrels.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that too. Like when I crossed into the when I crossed the Virginia line today in Virginia, I saw a sign that said that the Mega Millions was 399 million. So I was like, that would buy a lot of cruises.
Here's the thing, though. You guys don't get to keep all your lottery winnings, do you?
No, we actually well, in Pennsylvania, like I live in Pennsylvania, right? But I'm currently in Virginia, 3 states away. So if I would win in Pennsylvania, between federal and state tax, I would give up just under half.
Well,
yeah.
See, in Australia, if you go in the lottery and you win, we keep the full 100%.
Wow.
Wow.
So when are you coming down?
Yeah.
See you later. Have fun.
See you.
I remember the first time I went to Tennessee, I stopped at a gas station. I went in and I said, as soon as I walked in, I said to the cashier, "Do you guys have Powerball here?" She's like, "Yeah, but nobody from Tennessee ever wins."
It's like, oh, sign me up then.
I have the Mega Million and stuff. I don't think anyone's ever won it from Washington, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, nobody like. I think between the two, Powerball and Mega Millions, I think Pennsylvania has had about 3 winners in 20 years. So doesn't happen much.
We had somebody come out a couple weeks ago on one of the big, I don't know, one of the big Mega Millions or Powerballs or whatever, and finally claim his ticket. 77 years old.
What? Yes, I saw that because I actually said to my wife, I was like, his family's going to get it all.
Yep.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to enjoy much of that.
No, it seems like it happens all the time where somebody that's like way late in life that won't even really be able to enjoy it.
Yeah. Rarely, I don't know. It seems like rarely you see somebody that wins it that's just like down and out and really needs the money.
Let me tell you,
the bad thing is most of the time they get it, they end up being like that.
I saw this sad story one time on like lottery winners or whatever, right? So this guy was from Kentucky and he was down and out and he had like a bad back and he had just gone on disability because he couldn't work anymore because his back was bad and he was like, like dirt poor, right? And he won, I think he won like one of the biggest jackpots at that time, which was like 120 million or something like that, right? He moved to Florida, so like he was able to get back surgery and get his back fixed and everything else. He moved to Florida, right? You know, blah blah blah. It was around 9/11 time, right? Moved to Florida, you know, and he was living the life. And within 10 years, he was broke and dead from a heroin addiction.
Wow.
Yep, there's a lot of them that end up getting heroin addictions.
I saw a report they did a few years ago on kind of like that on lottery winners that most, not all, but most, the ones that win the millions of dollars are because they don't have the right financial anyways knowledge, and they don't get hooked up with the right people, and they go out and they spend it on really stupid stuff and all this stuff, that they are completely broke within 5 to 7 years.
Yeah.
It's all gone. And it's just like, man.
Yeah, so like years ago, there was a guy, like, it used to be Powerball, you could only play in a couple of states, right? And the closest state to me was West Virginia. So there was a guy in West Virginia. He was already like very well off. He owned like a big construction company and stuff like that or whatever, right? But he won $300 million at the time, which was, you know, a huge jackpot at the time in West Virginia. And through this thing and that thing and everything else, bad decisions, this, that, everything else. And you'd think, and what made the story so interesting was he already owned a very successful, very large construction company. So you think to yourself, this guy's, you know, he knows what it takes, right? Like he's got it, right? Because this construction company had been in business for many years. It was very successful. It was very large, but he lost it all. So, yeah.
Got a couple new people in. Bill came in, and so did Billy Bama from Bama NOLA Lawn Adventures. Welcome in.
Yeah. So what you're saying is I should break my leg in order to get priority boarding.
That's right. You know, I mean, you got to sacrifice a little bit if you want to get on early, Mike. You know, you just got to do what you got to do.
I'll come sit with you at the thing.
It's not out of the realm of possibilities.
You're muted, Eddie.
Borrow somebody's wheelchair. Just borrow somebody's wheelchair.
Yeah, get a wheelchair and just make sure the clock wheels you in.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll send him a text
Of
beforehand.
course, as soon as we go over that ramp, I'm going to be like this and just go do my thing. So
don't let clock put you in.
You'd be like, I'm healed. The power of vacation.
The ship did it for me. I'm gonna cruise more. I'm fixed. The ship did it.
I'm thunderstruck.
That's what it is.
Oh, wait. Hey, Bone Tired, if you're still in here, I just want to let you know, I've been searching the sound database. I'm trying to find a sound that's appropriate to play when you come in on the morning show.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
So
Jeremy tasked me with that because he just goes like this. Right? So he tasked me with finding a sound to play when Bone Tired comes into the chat. I'm trying to find one. I'm not succeeding.
So Scott, going back to your bunch of little assholes on the ship. This is my door.
That way.
This is my door every night when I come back to the cabin every day on the ship. My wife would get so upset, and I was laughing my ass off every time.
If I get a in the Jello mark of my life tonight, I'm gonna kick that thing right there on you, right?
Yep. I laugh, and she'd get so mad.
Listen, it's pretty far in now, Eddie. Hopefully the algorithm will get tired of examining your video and you'll be good.
Oh, I got one for the deal that you and Cheryl got for that video
Did ya?
with the music. I got one
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
But,
well, like when I go in here, so I mean, I'm easily more than 10 days, I think now, believe it or not. Or no, maybe it's not 10 days. I'm pretty far into the appeals process, right? Usually, it's only a day or two before the person who put the, complaint in or whatever responds. So I'm really surprised that this one is dragging out. So I'm like, okay, don't respond, because if it gets all the way to the end and they don't respond, then YouTube rules in my favor anyway. So
Yeah.
now it'll really piss me off if they do it like the day before the last day or
Day
whatever.
before
But
the last day.
yeah, but yeah, so I'm not really worried about it. Plus, I'm not worried about it to begin with. I like I said, I only ever brought it up to you guys just to kind of let you know, kind of like, hey, this is something you can look forward to once you're monetized, people coming in and doing that kind of crap. So
My wife's over here jumping up. She's going to bed. She's like jumping and stuff, scaring me over here. Like, what the? She had the laptop on her lap, and the laptop almost fell, and she's like scaring stuff.
Fell asleep.
No, she is about going to bed now. She's gonna leave me by myself out here.
You'll be fine.
I'll be fine, she says. Yeah, baby, I'll be all right. I got all these knuckleheads here with me.
You got your quickie, so
That's right. Hey,
Yeah.
I mean,
got that right.
it's in the Grogu cup.
24 ounces of juicy juice.
If I drank coffee at this time of night, I would be up for 3 days.
Yep.
I'll be all right. But that helps me relax and go to bed earlier, quicker. I mean,
I've done it a couple times when I stopped drinking coffee for a while when I started doing the keto diet, and
no, baby.
a few months went by, and came home from a long trip, and I decided to get a coffee at like 6:00 in the afternoon, and like 11 p.m. I'm staring at the ceiling like, what the hell was I thinking?
Yeah.
Oh well. See, Sean agrees with me. Coffee puts me to sleep. Yep.
Yeah, he says it puts him to sleep.
Hey, Lo Jones. Lo Jones in the house. How you doing? I wish coffee still affected me that way. No, not me, man. This it helps me relax.
Yeah.
And it kind of mellows me out, and done. Now in the morning, early in the morning, let's say sleeping, and I didn't have coffee like enough the day before. That morning I wake up like, oh my god,
Headache.
what is this? And as soon as I drink coffee, about an hour later, like alcohol. You go to a hangover to bed. You wake up the next morning. What you gotta do? Drink a beer, and in about like close to an hour, you'll be fine again because your alcohol level kind of levels out again. So it's the same thing with the coffee.
I can tell you that hair of the dog does not work for me.
Now I see why you kept shutting the screen.
Well, I was trying to be respectful here and everything, right? Seriously.
Don't worry, a little earlier I was not going to.
Unless they're sponsoring the muster drill in the next month or two, maybe I shouldn't be giving them so much airplay.
never
Me
know.
with coffee. I should get a sponsor too.
Yeah.
As much coffee that I drink on screen, I just don't say what it is. Oh my god! But I went and got me a couple more boxes today, so I could cover until my I have my coffee eternally fed. I believe it. I'm almost there too. I think I was having it like that at the hospital back in 21. So much of it. And Mike, what you drinking? Tea or coffee?
Coffee.
See, I don't
Well,
feel
the sun's probably still shining where Mike is. So,
No.
oh my gosh, it's finally dark.
It's 10 o'clock at night. Finally. Well, it is about to be Father's Day, so happy Father's Day, Mr. Mike Clark, Mr.
Thank you.
Scott, Mr. Bruce, Mr. Brian, and none for you. You're a young kid. Well, you are a dad of two pups or three,
3.
and a cat, right?
2 cats.
2. Look at that.
Wow.
So yeah, 5 at home. He got more kids than all of us. I got
You know
2
that?
here.
Yeah, I should probably not say this. No, I'm not gonna say it.
Love you. Hey guys, it's after dark. Alice went to bed. Let's party.
All right, now we can get down.
Yeah.
She's streaming in the room. Hey, keep it down. Wow, everything's cool. My clock is the one who said it.
Why does everything always get put on me? It does not make any sense whatsoever.
Because it is. You're the one who asked for trouble. So you get it. You get your verbal speed bump. Thank you, Jennifer.
I think for the cruise-a-thon, I'm gonna give away some Eddie Lugo upside down pineapples. Magnets.
He puts my name out there too. Second.
Yeah, so Clock, I wanted to tell you, my one time, I can't remember what cruise I was on, but it was a birthday cruise of mine. My wife put one of those whiteboards out. I was so mad at her. I was like, do not put that whiteboard out there. I was like, do you know the obscene shit we're going to see on that when we get back to the room every night? Right? I was like, don't do that. But to my absolute astonishment, I actually had some really nice birthday messages on there from my fellow cruisers. I was really surprised. So
I encourage it. I want to see what people put on there.
Oh my God.
You're bringing it for the Bruce Cruise? You're going to bring it?
Yeah.
What room are you in?
6322. No.
Yeah, right.
I got Bruce will probably tell you. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember what my cabin numbers are.
If you don't mind, Mr. Wayne, could you look that up, please? Let's tell the whole world my
Tell the
cabin
whole
number
world.
is.
I could not do that.
It's a client whatever privilege. Can't relay that information.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can figure it out.
Unless the price is right.
Oh, Batman, what's happening?
What'd you say?
Start sending those super chats in.
Talking about super chats.
Yeah, that's what I should do.
Yeah,
I should sell it.
Clock should be able to get super chats right now, right?
Yes.
I don't know. Can I?
1 minute. I
Yeah,
got
you're
2 super
over
chats, 4 super stickers.
you're over 3,000 watch hours, right?
Yeah, I only need 470 left.
Yeah.
Well, he's talking about in the chat that you could get money now.
I would need to see. Let's see.
See what?
I should be able to see it on my live, shouldn't I?
Jennifer says, how much, Bruce? And she says that I need Clock's room number for Alaska. Hey, money talks.
Yeah, I'll sell it to whoever wants. If you all want to send me some super chats, that'd make my day.
0.25 super chats, please. Well, I think the cheapest is like 50 cents or something, or 99 cents is the cheapest you
I
can
think
do.
I think a sticker is 99 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for Clock, maybe even less.
The minimum on a super chat is $2 or $1.99 maybe or something like that. So I don't know. I don't get too many of them because I don't do lives. because I'm still procrastinating. I spent like
Yes,
weeks
yes.
building this studio
Yes.
in my basement
Yes.
and stuff, and then I
Yes,
haven't even
yes.
done them yet.
Yes.
As soon as I
yes,
found it,
yes.
Bruce.
Okay, spell it out.
That cabin number is 7277.
Wow.
On
I'm
the
not
blue screen?
scared. Yes.
7277.
Yep.
I think he's making that up.
Yeah, I think
Bruce
he
can
is.
testify for it.
I can testify.
So
Take
it's
your
true.
shot.
Yep.
Right
Isn't
there,
it funny
stateroom.
that like Clock's like internet broke up as soon as he put his screen up in front of that? That's an awful coincidence right there, boy.
Yep. I think it's full of it too. But I'll,
Did it
I'll
really
go check
break
it
up?
out.
It did.
That's
Yeah,
pretty funny.
you froze. You kind of brought it like this and stopped right there, and then you moved it back.
Yep. It
And then you
totally
get to see
broke
the
up.
whole screen. So put
I
it
can
up
pull
again.
it back up. I can pull it back up there for you. Right there.
You get closer. Can't see nothing.
Closer.
Oh, it is 7277. How about that?
Ooh, wow. I'm impressed.
I told you, I'm not scared.
Okay, that's what you say now.
My wife might be a little upset.
We won't forget.
We're one deck above you.
Ooh,
Almost
okay.
Exactly.
Bruce just said where he's at, so I'm in 5, I think. I think either 5 or 6, one of the two.
I don't even know where I'm at.
I don't even know the number.
Yeah. Almost above
Yeah.
you.
Cruiseville.
at,
I don't even know where I'm at. Yeah. That's
I'm
the
just
easy
gonna
way
go-
out.
I'll show up and ask somebody. Yeah.
Cruise Bay's gonna be in the app somewhere. That's why I heard. That's why he likes. And then
I'm going to man the table for signing
There's
up
a
for
lot
the
to be
group
said
cruise.
for a good aft. You know,
Yeah.
it's all I can say about that.
I'm doing the
excellent.
sign up for the group cruise, so when everybody checks in, they can tell me what their cabin number is and all that jazz.
Well, you'll find mine because Alice always have a sign. No
I
matter
try
what.
to stay away from deck 7 on Carnival ships because I never know if I'm like right above the casino or something, right? So, like I'm still hearing it from my wife about booking us in a deck 7 cabin right above the casino when the band played till 1 a.m.
Ouch.
See, I don't really know. I thought I was thinking on Pride the casino was on like level 4 or something, but maybe not. Maybe it was on like 6 or 7.
I had a Havana
Yeah, it's on
interior
6.
on the Vista, and the band was like right up against my wall all night. But wasn't too bad. I mean, they played some good music, you know.
The soothing melodies for the sleeping.
Yeah, exactly, Jennifer.
She says here, nothing like
Or
hearing.
Rust Taft.
Thanks, Bruce.
John's still up. Wow, he's still awake. I'm surprised. How you doing, Mr. John? Everything good? How's that pain going? Trying to grab somebody by the neck and squeeze him out, beat him all up and stuff. I don't know, man. Well, by the way, it's Happy Father's Day. Real now. Except for Mike, you got another hour to go, Mike. And Bruce, you still got 3 hours to go. And Mike got 2. The other Mike, the younger Mike, not the older Mike. The one above. You see all this one.
The old man.
Brian, I don't know if you heard this. I'm gonna give you a shot at it. How old you think the mic to your left is?
Oh, I heard it earlier. Wasn't it 42?
Yep. I thought he was 28, 29 tops.
And I said 37.
Yeah.
So
I would have been right around that. I'm thinking the ways of Scott, 37.
Oh, shut up. You don't know stuff. Then he made a. I was so impressed about it that he made a short with me, doing my impression. Like, what?
Well, I'm in my 70s, so you know.
Yeah.
I am. I'm on my 700s right now, so you know I came here with the Mayflower and all that. So I mean, I was already kicking around. I'm a descendant of the Yoda.
Mike,
Race.
I'm guessing mid to late 50s.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Close.
Oh my God.
I don't know where that conversation took that turn to, but okay, Mike.
I'll be the big 5-0 in January.
Yep.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
49 years old? No way.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, I'm a little bit handicapped here. All right.
No, you're not. You're not there yet. You're not saying I love you, man. So you're good.
Yeah, I'm not telling the
than usual.
Canadians that I love them tonight, right? So
I love Canada.
listen, I do love Canada. Okay, I love any place that does not have 39 ingredients in their ketchup. Okay.
That's so messed up.
That's one way to look at it.
And then this Mike down here, he's like, yep. They only have 4, and meanwhile here in the U.S. we have 39.
I know, seriously, if I see one more like video, doing a comparison between, the same product in Germany or the same product in Canada or the same product somewhere else with the US equivalent of it, and and the US equivalent has, 50 times more ingredients in it, and the first ingredient is always high fructose corn syrup or something like that, I'm going to just scream about it. So it kills me how terrible our food is in this country. All right, that's it. I'm done.
All the crap they put in it, all the extensions and all that other big things.
I know, and I'm sitting here saying that while I'm drinking beer.
Well, it's Mexican beer, so
Yeah, I was saying it's not American beer. I'm thinking to myself, wow, do I have to cut another lime or am I done for the night?
Oh, lime. Okay, I heard something else.
Like one lime wedge sitting over there on the counter. So,
I'm glad you said lime because I heard something else. Eddie. Do I need to cut another?
I did too. I heard lime.
Like,
what?
Not lime.
No, lime. Look what I'm drinking here. Lime.
Let's get that going.
Sorry, I'm sitting down. I didn't hear right. So
good cover there, Scott. Good cover. Yeah.
I wasn't really listening the right way, and once you pull up the beer, I went like, "Oh, lime." No, yeah.
So this is what it's like on the clocks late night.
Yeah, no, that's. I'll be demonetized before I even got anything.
No, seriously, like, so a lot of times I wonder, will Clock ever let me on his live ever again?
Oops. It's you see, Brian, this starts as it is o'clock night on whatchamacallit on Saturday nights. It's up to him. I text him and say, listen, you're up to it tonight. He tells me yes. We go with it. If he doesn't say no, I don't, not in the mood for it, or he's busy with something else, fine. Then we don't go. That's why I don't do a thumbnail for Saturday nights unless he wants.
What's his or her name, Mike?
She's cute.
It's Willow.
Willow, that's such a great name.
What's up, puppy? How old?
Oh,
Should be 2 on Canada Day.
2 in a couple weeks here.
No, she's still a
Did you
puppy.
say on Canada Day? You guys have a thing called Canada Day, really?
Yep.
It's just like your 4th of July.
Just like your 4th of July.
Oh, is that what it is? Is it like your independence from England or something?
Yep.
Really?
Well, no, not
Well,
because we're still.
yeah.
I was gonna say.
No.
Gotcha. Is Alberta like an English province or
No.
no? So French.
No.
No.
No. Yeah, say no.
Hillbilly.
No, what is it
He's
then?
a killbilly.
Hillbilly.
Gotcha. I guess that's probably more relevant to the eastern provinces. Is that true?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Something new. We just learned something new here. So
Yeah. It's
Right.
interesting though. No, seriously, I've heard of Canada Day, but I didn't realize that it was kind of like similar to 4th of July. So
Yeah, we have fireworks and everything here on Canada Day.
wow. Interesting.
Sean said
See?
Canada's a colony, just like Australia.
it's like Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a colony also
Yeah.
of the United States. Just the way that goes.
I mean, I've been to Canada a bunch of times. Pennsylvania borders Canada, although not on land, on the water, right? I've been to Canada a bunch of times, but never where Mike lives, right? Like that's like too far for me. So
So, guys, taking a serious turn. I hope you guys can help out with the helping hands for cruising. At least try to, if you can, at least half hour, an hour.
no, I would love to do it. I think it's a great cause. Like I said, I'm really grateful, that Sean was able to. I was curious. I mean, I knew what it was. I kind of knew what it was. I knew what the kind of basic principle was, but I wasn't 100% sure about what kind of like the underlining motivation was about it or whatever. I'm really, grateful that Sean was able to explain that. I was in on a live with him that he was able to explain that.
Yes.
And break it down, So I mean, not that necessarily really mattered, but I was curious about it for sure.
Yep.
So
I think it was either 3 or 4 months ago, they did one, and I jumped in I jumped the gun and I went in for it, not knowing what I was getting myself into. I just went for it, and somehow, before you know it, it's like having your life, and it's in and out, So It was pretty good. I did end up giving. I think I gave out some coffee mugs and some other stuff. But the red ones that I had before, I don't have any of those now. But that's
if I ever actually end up starting my lives, I think some of my beginning lives are going to be interviews with clients that have gone on some, not necessarily unique cruises, but so like I have some clients that are getting on Venezia, so I'm gonna try to convince them, but they're from New Jersey, so they may not want to do it. But anyway, so I'm gonna try to convince them to do like an interview with me, like on a live. And I also have this client that's going on Star Clipper, and I'm really hoping for him to come on. He's going to Monaco.
Oh, nice.
So he's flying to Monaco, getting on Star Clipper, and sailing around. So I'm really hoping to get him on to talk to me about that as well on one of my lives. So
yeah, definitely.
Should be interesting. So it's kind of like I was last time I was in St. Martin, one of the Star Clipper ships was there. I don't think it was the Star Clipper, but it was one of them. There's like, I think 4 or 5 of them. But anyway, so one of them was there, and I had snapped a picture and sent it to him and stuff, and he and I were chatting about it while I was there. But definitely a unique cruise experience on one of those Clipper ships. So
very good. Very good. And I hope you get on the ball soon. Especially, let me know about what day you think you might pop in, and I'll let you what the schedule looks like and stuff like that for
Yeah, like I mean, like I said, I think I'm gonna take your advice. I think I'm gonna do Wednesday nights at 9.
Okay.
You know, so and everything is ready to go. I just need to do it. You know, like what do they think? You just gotta hit record, right? So I just gotta like say, okay, listen, this coming Wednesday, I'm gonna go down there, turn everything on, you know, hit the button and do it. So
good night, Will G. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate
Thank
that. Fellow Texan. Talking about a fellow Texan, any storms or anything bad happening in Texas today?
Well, we actually had like a cold front move in, and it actually dipped down into the 80s, high 80s, once the sun went down, of course. But
oh my goodness, it dipped down into the high 80s.
like right now, I'm looking at the thermostat, and it's 86 outside right now, so it's quite nippy out there. You know.
Nippy?
Oh. So here in the Blue Ridge Mountains of the Shenandoah Valley, it is. Oh crap! See, look.
You broke it.
Whoa!
Yay, nice.
Oh, I wish it was 58. Oh man, I would
out
love
there
that.
make a snowman.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, it's like I thought to myself, wait a minute, am I 6 hours south of the North Pole where I live, or what? Like, I can't. I mean, it's just because I'm in the mountains, right? Like, if I wasn't in the mountains, it would be way warmer than what it is, but it's because I'm in the mountains. So
It's 70.
Really? So, Scott, what was that temperature?
it's 58. Ooh.
Wow.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Batman.
Yep, I'll take that too.
69 here in Georgia.
Time to throw on the parka.
Yeah, I mean, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I literally had to come. I came in. I'm in this really fabulous condo here at Massanutten, and I literally had to come in and turn the heat on.
Well, Mike, that's Celsius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
that's
converted.
Okay, okay, yeah. Trick
That's
us here
Celsius.
now, Mike. Right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if I told you this or not, but you know, like the dumb American that I am, right? Because I am definitely a dumb American. So I remember the first time I ever went to Canada, I was in Ontario, right? And I went there and I saw that gas was like 69 cents. And I was like, can you believe that? It's 69 cents a gallon up here. They're ripping us off at home. And then somebody in Canada said,
Leaders.
no, that's actually a liter. And I'm like, what the hell is a liter?
A gallon divided into 4. So, Jennifer, where you want to move to? She wants to something about that is where I need to move because I am not about this heat. Move where?
So yeah, so I know Mike. So I know that like you know Jeremy and stuff is down there, and so where are you in Texas? You don't have to tell me exactly where you are, but
I'm like a little bit north of Houston, so I'm like for me to get to Galveston, takes me about an hour and a half drive.
Gotcha. Yeah, because that's about what it is from Houston, right? About an hour and a half or so, right?
Pretty close. Pretty close.
Yeah.
You take from Houston, you take Highway 30. Once you get to the corner of what is it? Fernandez and Lopez. There's a 7-Eleven right there. You make a right, go down 2 blocks, make another left, turn around, and then to the right, that's where Mike lives. Very easy.
Yep.
DoorDash. That's how we used to do it back in the day.
Yeah.
Before GPS. What the? You know, a long time ago. It's 62 in New Rochelle.
Wow.
Nice. 82 in New Orleans. And Loyon says he's 61 and it will be 57 soon. He's up in Ohio.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I did live in Galveston like them, because that'd be great to just jump in an Uber and go to the port, instead of
I know, like you
parking
said,
my
this
truck,
this one client of mine who appreciates the same kind, because he lives not far from where I live, so we both appreciate the fact that we have to fly everywhere. And he's been watching our morning shows, and when Jeremy's been talking about that lately on our morning shows, and he actually commented on my side of the morning show, and he was like, "This Port of Galveston flexing is really hard to take." I'm like, I know, right? Like 15 minutes to the port, we need those kinds of problems.
And just wait till they get that new MSC terminal in there too. So I mean, it's really going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, for sure. So I keep telling them I want to sail from Galveston just because I've never sailed from Galveston. But the problem is that I have been on so many Western Caribbean itineraries from wherever, and I have a few planned for the future as well. And Galveston is pretty much all Western Caribbean.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I love Mexico, but there's only so much Mexico I can take. So
Yeah.
You gotta really look. I mean, every now and then they'll throw in an ABC, or like the Dream. The Dream does the like Key West and all that stuff on that side.
yeah,
So they kind of alternate between 6 day and 8 day.
right,
8 days all go to Key West.
right.
And just have to really look.
Yeah, so like this 11-day that I'm on Maravilla from Brooklyn in January of 24, it's actually going to Cozumel and Costa Maya, but from New York, right?
Wow.
So I've never seen that. I've never seen those two ports on a New York itinerary ever. So I like, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm on that. Mexico from New York, yeah.
With them doing more cruises out of here, I'm glad they're opening up the ports, because having to stop at Port Canaveral is a waste of a damn port.
It is,
in my concern,
my
opinion.
Yeah, because Royal's been sailing from Bayonne, which is basically across the river from New York, for a long time, and Port Canaveral is always on the list. And most of the time when I do that sailing from whatever ship from Bayonne, I stay on the ship. I don't even get off in Port Canaveral, because what would be the point, right?
Nope.
So, yeah. So on Maravilla, this 11-day on Maravilla, it's actually stopping in Port Canaveral as well as Miami. So the ports are Port Canaveral on the way down, then down to Cozumel and Costa Maya, then back up to Ocean Cay, then over to Miami, then from Miami back up to New York. Because I was like, wow, I've sailed from Miami, but I've never had Miami as a port. What the heck am I going to do there for the day? So I'm actually, going to try to plan something for that day.
MSC, from what I've seen so far, they stay in their ports for a long while too.
That's the insane part of it, right? Like when we're on Wonder and we get into Costa Maya, we're going to go to Maya Chan, because we always go to Maya Chan when we're in Costa Maya. But we're in Costa Maya for like I said, we'll no sooner get to Maya Chan, we'll have to get back in the cabin, get back to the ship, because we're like not there hardly at all. But on Maravilla, I'm there for like 9 hours or something like that. 10 hours. I mean, something crazy. From 8 o'clock in the morning till like.
I know the inaugural, we're at their private island for 12 hours.
Yeah, right. So I'm on this 3-day on the seaside, I think. I don't remember. Anyway, I'm on this 3-day in October of this year on some MSC ship from Port Canaveral. And when we go to Ocean Cay, we're staying overnight.
Nice.
And it's the first time I've been there overnight. So, of course, when they do the overnight one, which isn't very often, but when they do it, it's like they have this like midnight beach party with like a big bonfire on. If you've been to Ocean Cay, one of the beaches there that's closest to the ship, it's called Lighthouse Point or Lighthouse Beach or whatever. So it's the one closest to the ship. And they have this big, huge bonfire on there, and they have this midnight beach party with like all kinds of stuff going on. So I am like completely stoked for that.
Well,
Yeah, they're starting to do some overnights in Cozumel down here, so that'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I can bet within 6 years there'll be overnights on Coco Cay.
Yeah. So there was this thing. It was back around 2009, maybe or so. I don't know if it was it was probably nationally, but in Pennsylvania there was it was sponsored by Bud Light, right? So basically you would go you had to go to these bars, right? Like they had a list of bars where they were going to have these things. You had to go to these bars. I went to all these bars. I was much younger then. So I went to all these bars, and you would get put on a list. And what it was is they were going to select 10 people from the entire state of, at that time, like an entire state of Pennsylvania, was like 10 people to get put into a drawing. And then one person out of those 10 people was going to get on a Royal Caribbean ship on a private sailing, and it was going to go to Coco Cay before they transformed it, right? Like the old Coco Cay. And when you got to Coco Cay, there was going to be a live performance by the Dave Matthews Band.
Wow.
And I spent that entire summer traveling all over southern Pennsylvania, hours at a time sometimes, to all these bars. And I got to know the guy who was like handling the promotion and stuff for the distributor in that area. And on the very last day of the contest, he came to me one night at this bar in York, Pennsylvania, and came to me and said, "I've called the winner." Like they drew it like out of a thing, right? Like you put your name in, they drew it out of a thing. He's like, "I've called that winner 3 times." And I'm like, "Okay." And he was like, "And he didn't come." He was like, "So because of your dedication of being at every single event this entire summer, I'm just putting your name in for it." And I was like, right. But I didn't, but I was one of the 10, but they didn't pick me. So I was like, but I did get some swag. So
Jump to the next. Mm-hmm. Oh, LeJohn's jumping to somebody else. Okay. To somebody here in the chat. So he's moving up around. Here, then 4 hours
He's
from
getting around.
New Jersey port. Question. I would have to fly, for an example, to Orlando to get to PC. Yes. That will be
but
your
it's a
best
straight shot from there, Emily. Like you fly into fly into Orlando. The road that the Orlando airport is on takes you straight to the port, and it is a straight shot, about a 45-minute drive or so.
To an hour.
Yeah, so
The
it's
Beeline.
it's called the Beeline Expressway, but it's basically just a straight shot out from the airport.
It's 529 or 526. One of those numbers.
I think it's 529.
Yeah. So you're straight shot.
Yep.
From the airport. The airport might have a
It's an
shuttle.
expensive Uber.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. And don't rent a car from Orlando just to go to PC, Port Canaveral. No. It's not worth it. You're better off getting a group together and all of you split it. Save some money that way.
So my normal thing when I'm going into Port Canaveral is I go in, I rent a car, whether I'm going to be there for one day or multiple days or whatever, I rent a car at Orlando Airport and then I return it at Port Canaveral. They shuttle me for free over to the ship, and then on my return, I use GoPort. So back to the ship.
What's
That's how I
GoPort?
do it. Yeah, I used to use this smaller company because I like to support smaller businesses and stuff. It was called Cortrans. But the problem with Cortrans is that after the restart, so after the pandemic and shut down and stuff, Cortrans had to, like everybody, they had to drastically cut their fleet. And when they came back after the restart, they had a much smaller fleet. And I was running into a problem where every time I was like saying to them, hey, I need a ride this day, they were like, we're full. So I was like, okay, I'm going to switch to GoPort because GoPort's never full. There's massive company, and they have everything from the small little shuttle bus that's pulling a trailer behind it all the way up to the great big charter bus. So they're never full. So I was like, I would like to support Cortrans again, but the problem is that they're just, I can't run the risk of not being able to get the ride. So
Yeah, you got that right. I think Bruce fell asleep. Or he went out on a Batman mission or something.
Well, I think Mike was falling asleep here. So.
Oh, well.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting there's 3 mics in here. Clock.
I'm under your compliance. Hey, Bruce, you're
I
awake.
I gotta hop off here, guys. So.
Okay.
I knew he had a short to do with Batman, so that's why.
All right.
Hey, by the way, Bruce, happy Father's Day.
What's that?
Happy Father's Day.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Thank you, sir.
Father's Day to all those fathers out there.
Yep. You will.
Especially this punk next to me.
All right. Bye.
Good night.
Night.
Yeah.
Billy, you out of here too? Yeah, Bama Nolas. Go do bye-bye. Bama,
I'm
happy
gonna head out of
birthday,
here
sir.
too.
Yeah. ¿Qué pasó? What?
I'm gonna head out too.
All right, sir. Thank you, and then we'll see you at 5 o'clock, right? Eastern? That you're on tonight. So, all right. Peace out.
I have the notification bell on, Mike.
All right.
See.
Cool.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to see it if I'm up on the mountain or whatever, because the only place up on the mountain you get service is if you're facing west. So, and even then it's like, yeah, it'll be that for sure. So I have this big grand plan that I'm going to go live on the morning show or whatever from this like super amazing, majestic overlook of the Shenandoah Valley. And until I get up there and find out that, I'm so bitmapped that nobody can tell what I'm looking at anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you're saying that, just in case something happens Wednesday, I know what to do.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely not doing it Wednesday because I'm going to try to be on the top of my game so that, we can pull the show.
Yeah. Hopefully things.
You doing the first live this Wednesday?
No. On Wednesday, Eddie and I have to do the morning show ourselves because Jeremy and Cheryl are flying
to New York City.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. They were going up there for their
a week up there.
Yeah, so Eddie and I are doing the live show together without them. So
just one day. So easy.
They're going on a cruise or?
No, they're going to New York City to I guess their Cheryl's one daughter or granddaughter. Which one is
granddaughter?
Granddaughter. Yeah, she's getting married, so they're going up there for that, and I guess and then they're gonna watch the
baby,
the great grandbabies while I guess they go on their honeymoon or whatever. So, like originally they were going to be there for like 2 months, right? And I was that's awesome. I'm going to jump on the train one day because it takes me like from my house to the train station is about 15 minutes. And then from the Harrisburg train station to Penn Station is 2.5 hours. right? Straight shot. The only place it stops along the way is Philly.
30th Street.
So, 30th Street. So I was going to run up there and and meet them and see them and stuff. But then for one reason or another, they had to cut it down to just like 6 days from like 2 months. And I was like,
yeah.
But they are going to do a live with House of X.
Yes. I think on Thursday afternoon,
Yeah.
I believe they're doing it.
Yep.
So that should be interesting.
Yeah.
It'll
So
be
I'll be
definitely-
here. I'll be here in Virginia until Saturday, and like I said, I'm gonna be running all around the area and stuff, doing different things and stuff. So hopefully, I'll be somewhere where I have service and I can catch it. But
Yeah.
The service isn't great here. Like at home, I have like smoking fast 5G, and right now I have I don't even have LTE. I just have 4G. So, yeah.
Well, I have Xfinity here, and we just got a thing in the mail today from AT&T. They're finally putting lines around.
That's awesome.
So,
yeah. So at my house, I have Fios fiber. So I have multiple gigabit fiber in my house. So I have just insanely fast internet in my house, right? But the cellular network where I live is pretty good and pretty fast as well. But where I'm at right now, not so much.
You're up high.
I can't get the fiber yet. I'm out in the boondocks still.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have the choice of a couple of different options, but nothing beats Verizon Fios.
Yeah, we only have the one option.
Yeah.
That's what I would love to have here, Verizon, because our phones are Verizon and all that. This way I could have one in one shot,
Right. So not to get too nerdy about it or whatever, but I don't know if you understand this, but when you have something like Fios or fiber optics, stuff like that, you have a straight shot. So you have a straight run from wherever the main connection is, the switch, straight to your house. But when you're on cable, so Xfinity or any other cable, there's this backbone that comes in, and then there are these segments off of it. And then each segment has segments off of it. And then, so back in the old days, you could have one person in your neighborhood off your sub segment who was sucking all the bandwidth, and you would be left with nothing.
Yep.
So the cable industry came up with this, kind of this thing where they call it DOCSIS, right? And I don't remember what the DOCSIS algorithm stands for, but this is what basically DOCSIS does. The cable the cable operator knows exactly how much bandwidth is on each segment and each sub-segment. So this is what they do. Every time your modem boots up, it pulls a configuration file that literally caps its ability. It kind of neuters it. So it locks it in to a specific physical limitation of how much of the available bandwidth it's allowed to pull. And that's how it prevents bandwidth hogs in your neighborhood. The only problem with that is if the cable company doesn't adjust the capacity of the backbone based on how many customers on each segment it has, then you can run into trouble with that. But the DOCSIS protocol definitely makes it kind of like a more even playing field for everybody in a particular area or a particular neighborhood. But that's how cable works. But because it's basically a share of a single backbone, it I'm not saying it can be slow, but what it can be is latent, right? So if it's latent, it gives the appearance of being slow because all your packets are slow, like are like either backing up or being, held and stuff until they have an opportunity to go through and stuff like that. Versus a fiber optic connection, you have a single direct run from your house all the way back to kind of like the switch. So, and I don't pay, I pay maybe $30 more a month than I would if I had cable. So I don't pay an insane amount of more money for that extra connection, but it's definitely worth it as far as how, because my house is massively connected. I can control the whole damn thing from this anywhere I am. So the doors, the locks, the windows, the cameras, everything from my phone. So I need a lot of bandwidth. So anyway.
I paid $90 for Xfinity.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not saying Xfinity is bad at all. I'm just saying, if you understand the topology of how cable internet works versus any other type of internet, it can be limiting just because of how the technology has been developed in order to prevent one person in a particular neighborhood from hogging all the bandwidth. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think we have Optimum.
Same thing. Yeah, it's cable. Optum.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just get the I get the internet from them, and then I also get my cell phone from them. They're not bad. I mean, they used to be real bad when I first, because this was a new construction, and so the whole neighborhood was just being built. So when I first moved in, we used to lose internet routinely. It'd always be like right in the middle of the day, 5 days a week from, and you'd call and they'd be like, well, we're doing updates or we're doing maintenance. But the last year or two has been a lot better. It drops out every once in a while.
Yeah.
But then they just came with this new company that's got the fiber, which is Takis, I believe is the name of it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that's what mine is. It's fiber, and you can't beat it. It's insanely fast. Even Jeremy says, sometimes I will throw a file up or something for Jeremy to share out on our live stream, and it shows up immediately. And he always says to me, he's like, oh my God, he was like, that's there immediately. I'm like, that's fiber, It's crazy fast.
Bill says he pays $19.99 for AOL. Still got the ringer when he goes to get on and everything.
Got the 56K.
I don't know if you remember this. Hopefully, Eddie, you won't get mad at me for saying this, right? But when you used to get on AOL and it was like, welcome. You got mail. Right? I worked with this guy, right, who had this altered sign-on sound for his computer at work. And it was he would sign on to his computer in the morning. It would be like, welcome. You got mail. Genitalia.
I thought you were going to say the other one. You got mail, mother.
No, it would say, you've got mail. And then another voice would come in and say, genitalia.
I remember getting those free discs at the grocery store, for 10 hours, 9 hours.
Oh my god.
Like, well, we're out of internet. I got to run down to the grocery
I
store.
know.
Gotta make this.
I know. I had like about 100 different AOL accounts. I swear to God.
And then sometimes I would use that. What was that? Net Zero.
Oh yeah.
You could get Net Zero for free, but it had like a zillion ads. You know, you just had to put up with that.
Yeah, that's what happened with Hotmail also.
Yep. Yeah.
And then Yahoo came along too, and forget it.
Those were the days, boy.
I had for a minute. I had I don't know if you remember this, but the web TV.
Oh yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was like, you know, if you wanted to just get on the internet, you know, but otherwise you have to go buy a computer, which back then were really pricey, more so than now.
Mm-hmm.
So for like $100, you could buy the web TV, and all it would do is you just be able to, you know, surf around on the internet.
Mm-hmm. The attention fund says, I still have my AOL email address.
My sister still has an AOL email address as well.
I got two that I still use, and I've been using them more now because Google's emails get filled up too quick. So I went back to use my AOL accounts just to take all the junk mail that I've been getting on Google, sending it to AOL. Just to clear space, and I had like 15,000 emails on AOL, and I'm down to about like 3,000 now.
Yeah.
So
about 10 years ago, I decided I was going to set up a Yahoo email address, and that was going to be the email address I gave anybody that I thought might spam me.
Yeah.
Just so I can keep my kind of like normal email account as clean as possible, and it works pretty well. But yeah, it's, you know, email spam's out of control, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so,
I need to get a new address. The one I've been using, it's just nonstop, you know.
Yeah.
And you try to use the filters and the stuff, but it doesn't really do anything for it now.
No, and then, like, here's the problem with me. I have to go through my junk email folder sometimes and make sure there's nothing legitimate caught in there.
Yeah, I've had that problem too. People will be like, "Yeah, I sent you that email like a month ago," and I got to go search back through.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't have a problem using my AOL account. I don't care to say, "Oh, how old are you?" No worries.
Yeah.
I just rather have everything sent to AOL than Gmail. Gmail sometimes is a pen in the behind and brings a lot of stuff with it. Mm-hmm. And, you know, Google's always listening to what you're doing and saying and what you put on the computer. So.
Yeah, now that Bard is out there, right, which is Google's AI, you really have to be careful about that because that crap knows what you're doing. You know? Like, it's thinking about what you're doing. It's not just keeping track of it or keeping a history of it. It's actually thinking about what, like,
I don't want to think about what he's doing.
Like, why did Scott type in the search string, "Why is Barbie bad?" You know, and stuff like that. You know, like, it's actually thinking about that, right? And then all of a sudden, I'll get like some random thing, like a day or two later, that says like, how's Barbie or something like that or whatever, you know, like, I mean, like this is example stuff. This isn't real stuff.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
Sure.
You can't see me winking underneath the sunglass, right? But anyway, my point is you got to be really careful about that kind of crap these days because all of this AI is really actually thinking, not just keeping a list or a history of it, but it's actually thinking about what the heck you're doing.
Yeah. Well, then you search something, and then next thing you know, you're getting ads on, you know, just everything. Like you're getting emails, like getting ads on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, wow, you know, I literally just got through searching for that.
So, hey, Mike, I'm sorry, Clock. I just have this one thing to say to you.
Yep.
While you're sitting there sleeping, I just want you to know that there are 3 other Shiny, happy people.
That's enough to sleep through right there.
All right.
Look at those beady eyes.
I've almost went out twice.
This is what I love about it, right? Mike hates this band, right?
Oh.
But he is so familiar with their music, he can spot it in an instant.
You should, like, in a car, like I said, I'm the fastest trigger to that button going off when I hear that song start.
So now here's the thing, right? Like, I have Android Auto in my car, right? Or Apple CarPlay, depending on which phone connected to it. And so I listen to Spotify on it. So therefore, I can't remember the last time I heard REM in the car.
Yeah. I mean, most of the time I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But my work van, it doesn't work the best with my phone.
Right.
So
Gotcha. So just, I don't want to go too far down this or whatever, but like, I know you're in construction, but exactly what aspect of construction do you do? Electrician?
I'm an electrician. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I thought so. Yeah. I'm a amateur electrician. I cannot plumb to save my life. Okay.
Yeah.
But I can wire up a circuit panel like I'm a journeyman. So I can run a circuit and put in a breaker and this and that, and I can do everything electrical. I can. The first thing I did when I bought my house was I went in and I got rid of all the damn clickers and put in the rockers, right? And and then the first thing I did when I put in my workshop in my garage was I ran 4. I looked at my breaker and I was like, holy shit, look. Sorry. Holy crap, look at all. Holy shoot, look at all this extra space on the breaker, right? So I live in this totally gas house, totally gas neighborhood, but the builder wired it for electric too. But because everything I have is gas, I'm not using all that extra ampage, right? So I have all of this spare ampage coming into my house, so I was able to run all these extra circuits. So I ran all these 20 amp circuits and stuff for all this, like, table saw and all this other kind of stuff, right? Ran the conduit through the walls and everything else and put in the circuits and put in the outlets and stuff for it, dedicated. The only thing I had to do, because I was out of options, was I had to double and in some cases, don't tell anybody, triple up the neutrals. I had to, Mike. I had no choice. I had no neutrals left on the bar. I had to double and triple them up.
I'd have to see your panel.
I had to double and triple those neutrals up because there were no more empty spaces. No more empty spaces. I had empty spaces for hot and ground, but I had no more empty neutral bars. So I had to double and triple them up.
Because normally on the new bars, the new panels now, they put a neutral bar down both sides now.
Yeah. Well, I think mine is only down the right side, if memory serves me correctly. So anyway, so I had no choice, but the house hasn't burned down yet, so we're good.
Yep.
There you go.
So
just check it every once in a while, make sure they're tight.
Yeah. Yeah, but like I said, I and where I kind of got that from was because I'm an IT guy, but like I had to run a lot of Ethernet, and it just like the skill kind of came as the next logical step from running Ethernet. That's kind of where I got that. But if there's a minor little leak or a faucet isn't working right or whatever, I got to call a plumber because every time I try to fix it, I got to call a plumber in to make it better because I'm making it worse. I cannot plumb to save my life. but I can do electrical.
Nope, not me.
So just the last thing I want to ask you is, what do you think about these new, I know there's a name for them, and I do know the name, but I just don't know the name now.
Beer glass.
There's these new kind of like these new coupler, or these new like you put them all in and click the switches down on them. What the hell are they called? Like you're taking all your lines and you're putting them all in individually, and you click the little switches down instead of a wire nut.
Oh, Wagos?
Wagos. That's it. Wagos.
They're cheap.
What do you think of Wagos?
I know what somebody else is doing here too.
They can
cut lines, man.
Normally we used to only use those like if, say, a drywall guy would cut your wires off in the wall, and you'd have to extend it,
right?
And because they're too short, we'd usually only use those for that thing. Now they're using them for every damn thing. But
yeah, I know, right? And but this is the thing. Yeah, but this is the thing I have about it, right? You know, in my house is not that old, right? Obviously, because I have neutral lines. So, but the boxes are small as heck. The boxes are really small in my house, right? So there's barely enough room in there for the wire nuts. And I thought these Wagos are like 10 times bigger than a wire nut.
Some aren't. You can get them. You can get them up to whatever size you need.
So I mean, they seem more convenient, right? Because all you got to do is shove everything in there and flip the switch, right? Yeah. But they seem like I wouldn't have enough room in my box for them.
Yeah. All depends on how they roughed it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, I have a lot of triple boxes in my house, right? Where it's not the same circuit, obviously, or it's like 3-ways and 4, and I have 3-ways and 4-ways in my house as well as single poles, right? Yeah. So, but they're in the same damn box a lot of times.
Yeah, it's just because your 3-ways and 4-ways are doing your lights spread out throughout the whole house. So it all depends on where that circuit was being fed.
Right.
You may have a circuit feeding this way that does lights this way, and then a circuit feeding that way that does lights that way. So
right now in my house, luckily the electrician wasn't a total goon, right? And most of the masters, for lack of a better way of putting it, of the 3s and 4-ways are on the same wall that I know the circuit panel is on. So I don't have to guess which one is the damn master of that, right? But I can easily see where in other houses it might not be the case, right? So people would be guessing way more about it, but so I hope I'm impressing you with like some of my like layman knowledge here about electrical.
You guys talking about all that? It's like all I hear is like Russian, you know. That's all I hear. So, but no.
All you hear is manly, yes, but I like it too.
No. Electricity, I don't touch. That's one part of the house that I do not.
I love electricity. Like every time I like do this kind of stuff, I always say like I am the smartest man alive, right? Like I would love to be an electrician. Seriously, I would love to, because I already know so much about it, and I'm already so successful at doing that kind of stuff in my own house. But I mean, like to actually be somebody who gets paid for it, perfect.
Do some commercial buildings. You'll change your mind on whether you want to do that or not.
Well, now here's the other side of that, right? Like when you have to like fish crap through a wall for like 5 blocks and stuff like that kind of stuff. I think I would probably get kind of really irritated with that kind of stuff. But
See, I've done service, so that's all I was doing is going in places and adding plugs places. So I'd have to fish wires down walls and fix stuff that was messed up. So it's
Right.
not really that hard for me anymore. But
Right.
as far as like pulling feeders for like 400 amp panels and 600 amp panels that are like parallel 500, and a piece of 500 is about like an inch diameter and it
Yeah.
weighs a pound a foot. And
Right.
you got to pull 4 along with the ground in each one of the pipes.
Right.
And some of them are like 400-foot runs. So you gotta pull that off a reel by hand.
Right.
Now they've gotten a lot easier nowadays. They have these stands that you put on. You put the jacks. You put the reel on this motorized thing that turns the reel for you. Back in the day, we had to do all that by hand.
No, and like and running Ethernet is very similar, right? Especially when running Ethernet in like a commercial, application and stuff like that, because you got to run it like long ways and stuff like that. Same thing, a big kind of like wall of spools, and it all is kind of like powered, so you don't have to just kind of pull it yourself. It all runs kind of like itself or whatever. So I completely get it. But yeah, so like, I mean, I love doing it and really fascinated with it, and to my absolute astonishment, I seem to have at least a layman's head for it. So, but yeah.
So Gaylor said where he lives, you need to be licensed to be a plumber, but not an electrician,
Interesting.
which doesn't make much sense.
Yeah.
The other way around. So yeah, true.
Yeah, like I said, I cannot plumb to save my life. Now, with that said, right, like I've replaced drain plugs on sinks and stuff like that or whatever. I've done stuff like that. That's simple stuff. But, actually doing anything more complicated than just putting in a P-trap or something like that is, just some reason it escapes my abilities. But I can install a dishwasher as long as I don't have to run the line for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So stuff like that. But I just recently installed a dishwasher in my house or whatever. But and I was able to do that. And of course, the new dishwasher had the electrical hookups in a completely different place than the old one, so I had to extend the electrical for it. That was simple for me. Doing that and stuff, but I didn't have to do any of the plumbing. The plumbing was all, okay for it. So all I had to do was hook it up. But yeah, so interesting.
Yeah, I don't attempt to fix anything in my house because I just don't trust myself. And wow,
We fix that one.
well,
Check out the plumbing.
Yeah. Exactly.
knowing my luck, the house would burn down.
Eddie, you look like you're 12 there, man.
Yep.
That's the high school days.
That was our first picture together.
Oh, wow.
In Minnesota.
No, it was not in Minnesota. It was in Rhode Island.
Oh, Rhode Island.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Awesome.
we went to see a cousin of mine, and back then I was working in Massachusetts in Poughkeepsie, and Alice took the Greyhound to Boston. I picked her up. We spent the whole weekend together in New Hampshire, and then we drove down to Rhode Island to see a cousin of mine that I haven't seen in a long time. We spent half a night there with them, and then we drove back to the hotel.
Gotcha.
But he just happened to take the picture. It was our first picture together.
Wow.
Yeah. I had no gray hair, and
It's a great picture, though, for sure.
yes.
So
That was
so I've only been to Rhode Island once.
2004.
And it was just kind of across the border from Connecticut. I don't even remember which town I was in Rhode Island, but I went there once just because I was in Connecticut and I thought, oh, let me go over here to Rhode Island just so I can say I went to Rhode Island.
Yeah.
But I've been to Connecticut many times, and I've all over Connecticut, and I've been to Massachusetts a couple of times and various places around in Massachusetts, but that's the only place in New England. I've never been to New Hampshire, Vermont, or Maine. So
I've been to all over the East Coast. I've been to all of the states.
mm-hmm.
You know, working and remodeling something.
Right.
Either a retail store or an auto parts store. You know,
right. Because you said you were in merchandising, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had a lot of Pet Boys, a lot of Petcos, a lot of toys. Babies R Us, Marshalls, TJ Maxx,
mm-hmm.
Petco, one or two PetSmarts, a few Aldis. And we went to San Francisco just to do Nordstrom Rack with the 3 stores there. San Francisco, LA, mostly in LA was West Marine.
Oh yeah.
Baltimore with it, Annapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Where else? I did one in Delaware, New York, Jersey. We did a whole bunch. I mean, yeah, flying all over the place.
Yeah, so I never had very many jobs in my life. I've stayed in a lot of my jobs for a long period of time. So I was always in IT, right? So like from the time I graduated from college, I was always in IT. So my first job out of college was with Hershey Foods.
Okay.
But with the chocolate division. So I worked in Hershey, Pennsylvania, which was, close by, at Hershey Chocolate. So that was 19 East Chocolate Avenue in Hershey. That's the main chocolate plant. So I worked in there in IT. So that was awesome. I got to, learn how they made all the chocolate and everything else, although I didn't have anything to do with that. I had to do with the computers and stuff like that kept the lines running and stuff like that. So it was awesome because one of the things I was most impressed by that was they had, first of all, every day as part of your job, you were not required but allowed to go down to the first floor of the chocolate factory and go into the test panel. And you would go into this room and you would sit at a desk and you would push this button so they knew you were there. And then they would open up they would slide this kind of like the old sliding desks, where the thing would go up. And they would slide this tray in with a new product that they were testing. And then they would push a light and the light would come on when it was in there and they had pulled the thing down. They didn't know who you were, right? And then you would slide it up and you would pull it out and it would all be all these new chocolate items that Hershey was testing. And then you would get to eat them, and then you would write stuff down about them or whatever, and then you would put it back on the tray and slide it in and go. And you would go back to work and you would get paid for that, right? So that was the awesome part of it, right? So that was one of the parts I really liked. And of course you got free entry, free admission to Hershey Park and stuff like that and everything, right? So that was one of the things I liked a lot about it. And then out in the factory, so if I ever had to go out to a location in the factory to fix a computer or do this or troubleshoot something or whatever, there were these walls of bins that had all these different chocolate products in it that were either products that Hershey made for the US market, but it was also products that Hershey made for other markets like Asia and Europe and stuff like that. And it would be different chocolate that you could not buy in the US because it would be made for the palates and the tastes of the people who live in these different regions of the country, but you could just go there and take it out of the bin and just eat it, right? So so that was pretty amazing job. But so I was there for a while, a couple years or whatever, And then I went to work for this company called Spadala Industries. And what they did was they made mining equipment that they would use all over the world to like mine, just what it says, like, mine things in the ocean, mine things like way up on the mountains of like these, remote locations and stuff like that or whatever. So I worked for them for a while. And then I worked for the Pennsylvania legislature, the Senate, the state Senate, for 30 years. So, so like that's basically my entire career. So I didn't move around as much. And sometimes I kind of, wish I would have, I wish I would have had more diversity in my, my job. But
At the beginning, when I was a lot younger, 15, 16, and then when I started really working, after 2 years, I will go someplace else until I felt, it's like after 2 years, if I reached what I wanted to reach, it was time to move on. So I felt like I was in four walls. It was time to go do something else.
yeah,
Until I ended up in Toys R Us, and I was there for 27 years.
yeah.
And then from there, I went to traveling with another company, doing
Gotcha.
remodels and merchandising in different states, which I didn't mind because I always wanted, by the time I hit 50, to visit every state. And I almost did. I worked in 43 of them. I'm missing a few.
Yeah.
Here, I think North Dakota, Alaska, Hawaii, and I think Idaho, and the other one escapes me. Oklahoma.
Gotcha.
The only states that I haven't been to. Everything
Yeah,
else,
I've only been to 38 states.
Yeah.
So
I don't have a regret about it. I'm done. I was done with that, and I retired I wanted to retire at 50, but I ended up retiring at 55. I was kind of forced into it because of my disability, but I'm happy with it. I'm happy that I'm done. I'm in pain. Yes, that's the only downside about it, that I don't get to enjoy like I would like to. But hey, I'm still living. I'm still alive, and this woman takes great care of me, so I cannot complain about crap.
Right. So I was forced into retirement as well. So real super fast abridged version of this. In Pennsylvania, we had this big, huge, massive scandal in the legislature where all of our senators voted at 3:00 in the morning to give themselves a 56% pay raise, and then they adjourned for 4 months. And it was this big, huge, massive scandal. The people lost their friggin' minds over it, right? And there was this massive protest where 100,000 people marched on the on the steps of the Capitol building in Harrisburg, and demanded that every last one of these people be thrown out, right? So they weren't thrown out, but what they were not reelected, and some of them had been reelected for like 20 years, 30 years, right? But they lost every last one of them lost their seats. Okay. So when all the new rank and file senators came up into the leadership positions, the public was still out of their minds and saying crazy over the fact that the previous kind of leadership had given themselves all 56% pay raises. So they demanded that these people, these new people do something about it, right? So one of the things that these people said was, okay, this is what we're going to do. They're like, it wasn't just like a handful of the 50 senators that exist in the Pennsylvania legislature. It was also like all of these like longstanding staff members and all this other kinds of people, all these people like behind the scenes, right?
Yeah.
So they're like, so we're going to try to it was total publicity stunt, right? But they basically said, we're going to try to restore the faith in the government to the people by getting rid of everybody. Not just the senators that you voters got rid of, but all of the evil people behind them, right? That remained. So the new guys that came up into the leadership, they're like, okay, we're going to get rid of everybody. So they literally gave us all the option: leave or retire. So I'm like, well, gee, let me think about that for a minute.
No brainer.
Yeah, right. So I was like, okay, I'll retire. So, so they gave me my pension and gone, right? So, but because I didn't have enough years of service, I didn't get my benefits. But my wife works for the Department of Revenue, which is the same government, but a different branch of the government. It's under the executive branch. It's not under the legislative branch. And believe it or not, they have crappier benefits. They don't have as good of benefits as the legislature does. So I have her benefits. But because she's been in there now and we've been married X amount of years, I get her benefits for life, which are still better than probably anybody else's benefits, right? But they're not as good as the benefits I had when I worked for the legislature. But anyway, but that's that. So basically I had no option, and I was like, hey, wait a minute. I didn't have anything to do with this 56% pay raise. I didn't get a 56% pay raise, right? I didn't have anything to do with it. I was just here doing my job. What the heck? But they were like, you have to go. I'm like, okay. They're like, you're part of the old corrupt regime. I'm like, not really, but okay, fine. I'm gone. Bye. Thanks. So it was basically like, it was all of that. But then the official part of it was an envelope saying, thank you for your service. I'm like, okay, bye. So, yeah.
Like, shalom, shalom. See you later.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right.
Wow.
So that's how I came to be retired at such an early age. I mean, listen, it could be worse. Could be worse.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Kicked out of my butt and said, "Oh, hey, now you have to rejoin the workforce at your age."
Yep.
Yeah, I got medically retired from the Navy, so made it to my 19th year, and got put on LMDU, and when you get put on LMDU, they send you automatically to this board to determine, what's going to happen with you. And so they came back with results, and they're like, well, we're going to process you out at 19, which means you don't get your pension. You get a severance, which you have to pay back.
Right.
And of course, I mean, you get a percentage of disability from the VA and all that. And so I had to kind of fight that a little bit so I could end up with my pension, and which wasn't easy. Which crazily enough, my command, because you had to run your request to make it to your 20 through your current command, and unfortunately for me, my current command was like, no, we want you out of here, and so they wouldn't. Well, actually, they wouldn't even. It wasn't even that they wouldn't sign off on it. They sat on my request, which you can't do that in the Navy. Everything's got to, it's got to go up. It's the military.
Yeah.
And so, I sent the request up, and like 2 weeks went by, and I hadn't heard nothing. So I went to go see, because we had a civilian liaison to handle that. And so I would stop by her office, and I was like, yeah, I'm just checking status of my request. And she's like, oh, they haven't talked to you yet. And I was like, well, obviously not. I'm here asking. So she gets up, shuts the office door, and she's like, well, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but the XO told me to not route your request. You know.
Damn.
So I was like, "Well, do you still have it?" And she's like, "Yeah, I got it right here." So well, give it back to me. And I gave it. I got it rolled out, and so I called. I had another person that I checked in with at the Naval Hospital in San Diego, which he was a gunny sergeant in the Marine Corps. So I told him what happened, and he's like, "You know what? Screw them. Bring it to me. We'll route it over here at the hospital." And so they routed it up through there, and I think like the next week, the message traffic came through from the Secretary of the Navy's office, and he signed off on it. And of course, the command was, they were pissed. And then I'm walking one morning, like I think it was the following morning, I'm walking down bebopping down the sidewalk, in my uniform, and here comes the XO, and he was an a-hole, as previously mentioned. And so I saluted him like, "Good morning, sir," and he just he didn't even return the salute. He just was like, he's like, "Make sure you get your terminal leave papers on my desk ASAP."
Wow.
"No problem, sir. Have a good day, sir." So I filled that paperwork out, and then like every other week, you're like, "When's your terminal leave start?" But I got to stay to my 20, got my pension, and and then as soon as my terminal leave started, they're like, "Get over there and get your DD 214 and be gone."
Right.
So I did. I went over there, signed my paperwork, started my leave, and I was driving about 100 miles an hour from San Diego to Houston. But back then, I had my little Mustang. It's like a thief in the night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's crazy. I mean,
like when the news,
I don't understand.
When the news asked the legislators in Pennsylvania, like, why would you give yourself a 56% pay raise? And you know what their response was?
They hadn't had one.
If we want good quality people as government representatives, we have to pay them because no good quality person is going to work for peanuts.
Wow. But now here's the question. Did the new group that came in, did they keep that 56% raise?
Yeah. That's where I really have to bite my tongue. That's the screwed up part about it, right?
Of course.
They didn't change a thing. No, wait. It got even better. Do you know what that new slate of leadership did? The very next year?
Another raise.
No, this is what they did. Every single year in Pennsylvania, the legislators had to get together and vote for a COLA, right? Which is usually like what? Like 2%, 3%, right? Cost of living adjustment, right? That in itself was never that big of a deal because everybody gets a COLA, right? Most people get COLAs, right? But that new slate that came into leadership, the very next year, they voted to make their COLA automatic every year, and not everybody who worked for the legislature, just the senators. Just the senators, not the staffers, not anybody else, just the senators. So every year they voted then to make the COLA for the senators automatic so that they didn't have to vote on it every year. So now they automatically get this, not the 3% COLA, not a 5% COLA, a 12% COLA every year, no matter what.
Wow.
And it's automatic. It's automatic. Now, you have a couple of the senators who will come out publicly on the news every year and say, "Oh, I'm donating my COLA this year to this or that or whatever," right? Psh, okay. Listen, I'm a little bitter about it because, I lost my job through no fault of my own. right? Because of that nonsense, right? And when they lost their jobs, when they were voted out, right? What did they do? They went back to their law firms or this or that or whatever, right? You know, and I started a freaking travel agency, but you know, whatever. But the point is that, you know, it really irritates me that I lost my position through no fault of my own because they decided that they wanted to be greedy with a pay raise. Right. So, but yeah, anyway, that was a long, you know, it was a long time ago. To hear me talk about it, you'd swear it happened yesterday, but you know, so maybe I've got issues about it still, but anyway, but yeah, so, but yeah, that's why I'm retired at such a young age. So it could have been worse. They could have been like, hey, you know what? Here's a small little severance. Now go figure your way out in the world.
Oh, rest of your life, yeah.
Like, yeah, it could have been worse.
Yeah.
So I should be grateful for that part of it. But, you know, first world problems, right? Shiny, happy people.
No.
Holy moly,
My Temu order just shipped. It's a good thing they announced it at 1:20 in the morning.
Well, you know, it's not 1:20 in the morning where they're at.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I get my first Temu shipment. I don't know. Sometime it's supposed to be before the 21st, or they're supposed to give me some amount of money.
$5 credit.
Yeah. Which I didn't really buy anything exciting. I bought water filters for my refrigerator because they're like hella cheaper on Temu. Oh wow!
I did find a place on Amazon that had them pretty cheap. My water filters for mine. I got a Frigidaire.
Oh really?
And they wanted like $23 a piece or something. I got a 6-pack for like $30.
I was always a faithful, loyal Amazon shopper, but now I hit Temu really hard.
Yeah, you saw me. I graduated from that.
How many things I see on Temu and see on Amazon, and heck, it's even the same image. Right?
Yeah.
And on Amazon, it's like 5 times the cost on Temu.
Yep.
Now, obviously, that's not everything, but it's a lot of stuff. So,
yep.
Yeah, the price of air filters for the house went way up too. I mean, it's kind of shocking. I want like $50 or $60 a piece for those things now.
You would think that thing would. I mean, it's just essentially paper.
Yeah, it's paper.
Cardboard and paper.
Yeah.
You would think that would be like $2 or $3 a piece.
Because I was getting like a 3 or 4 pack for like $20 or $30 a year ago, and now they're like $50 for one. You know, it's like whoa.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's insane. Like, I mean, I just cannot, you know, like, here's the thing, right?
Yep, there's a thing.
Oh man.
During the 2020 election, right? Somebody came, knocked on my door, and they were like, "Hi, we're like from so and so or whatever, right? We're here to ask you one question: are you going to vote for Donald Trump?" And I was like, "Slam," right? I'm like, I'm not answering that question. Yesterday, I had this doorbell rang. I went to the door, and they're like, "Hi." They asked me a couple other questions, but then they said, "Are you going to vote for Donald Trump?" And I looked at my wife. I was like, "This is the second damn year that Trump sent somebody, or the second damn election cycle that Trump sent somebody to my door to ask me if I was voting for him, right? As a registered Republican, right?" So, okay, the reason why I'm prefacing it on that is there's no way, absolutely positively no way, no matter who ends up in control of our government, that any of them are ever going to stop these retailers and wholesalers and everybody else that controls everything that we buy, whether we need it or want it, from ever dropping the price back to something normal, regardless of whether or not the Fed says, hey, we think inflation is, this or that or whatever, right? Like, there's just no way somebody is going to say, hey, I've been getting this and this and this for this, and now I'm going to take way less. Like, it's just never going to happen again, right? Like, what we're paying for crap is what we're going to pay for crap, right?
They just used what's called as an excuse.
Right. Like greedflation and all this other stuff I've heard, right? So I just think to myself, honestly, how much more are we all really going to be able to take on this?
True.
I mean, there's going to be a breaking point at some point because, and then not that the prices will go down, but the amount of debt that is just, and I'm not I'm certainly not some financial expert at all, but I mean, it's just a house of cards, and you just gotta wonder, when is the year when's it gonna happen?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I'm just like, I cannot, like, I just, like, come on. Like, I always hear, like, people are like, oh, I can't wait till this, like, inflation is over and prices go back to normal. I'm like, they're never going back to what they were, ever. These people are never going to say, I'm perfectly happy taking less for what I was getting for more. Like,
well, they took the beating for however long it was during the whole shutdown, and now they're like, oh, well, now we can really jack it up. And
this has been going on for years. It's just gonna keep going and keep going. It's not gonna stop.
Right.
This is like the oil companies, like just mention that a hurricane is forming.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we got to start jacking up the prices because we know we're going to have to shut down production. And it's like, dude, it's not even close to making landfall.
It hasn't even formed yet.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, wait a minute. Isn't that gas already refined and in trucks and in underground tanks at stations and stuff? What the heck, right? Like, why isn't our government doing anything about that? Oh, I know why.
Most of them own the fucking oil companies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, that's what I see. Like, I saw all these TikTok hearings and stuff like that or whatever. I was like, why isn't anybody saying anything about Meta, Facebook? Like, they've been doing that crap for a long time. Oh, I know, because most of the politicians own Meta stock, but they don't own TikTok stock because it's not a publicly traded company in the United States, but Meta is.
I own Meta stock, and I made some money off of it the last few months, so I'll enjoy it going in the same direction it's going right now.
Oh my god! So, like, during the like early restart, I convinced my wife to buy 100 shares of Carnival at $6.20 a share. And I cannot tell you the amount of crap that I had to listen to her from for the last couple of months about how I talked her into buying magical beans with the grocery money, until the other day when she looked at me and finally admitted, I have just made $1,000 off my Carnival stock. $1,000 she has made because it went from $6.20 to like $16 and something.
There you go.
And I told her, I was like, by the way, do you want a history lesson? The historical high of Carnival stock, which was right before the pandemic and the shutdown, was $53 a share. So what the hell do you do when it goes back to $53 a share? Yeah. Yeah, I know, right?
Can you see that number what I made off of Royal?
Oh, the glare of the light is blocking it.
No, I see
Yeah.
it.
Why
No,
is it?
seriously, I know. And
I'm
I
up.
looked at
I'm
it, I
up
was
almost
like,
$9,000 on Royal.
I know. I said to her, I was like, what about all that crap with a capital S that I've been putting up from you for the last couple of months over that, right? Because I like somehow put a gun to your head and made you buy the stock. I told you it was a good idea to buy the damn stock, right? And then
I
suddenly you
unfortunately
buy it,
got
and
the
now
other
you're
one.
up $1,000, and you're like, and now all of a sudden it's crickets.
I unfortunately bought Royal and Norwegian at like $14 or $15 a share. So I'm just now starting to get some money back off of those.
No, guess what?
But
I bought Carnival at $13 a share.
yeah,
I know.
but I bought Royal at 40 and it's 95 now.
Yeah, because like this is what happened at the bottom of the shutdown. Carnival stock was like $5.80 a share. And then it shot up to like 13 or something like that. And that's when I bought it because I said, oh, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I buy it at like $6, right? And it shot up to like 13. But then it fell the hell back down to like 6. And that's when I convinced my wife to buy it again at 6. And she did, and now she's up $1,000, and suddenly I'm not getting anywhere near the opposite. Like I thought, well, for all the crap that I got, I should be getting like equal amount of praise now, right?
Sit down and wait.
So I bought Norwegian at 7 when it dropped all the way down to 7. I bought I can't remember what it was. I ended up selling it for I made like $1,400 off of it when it went up the first time and it started coming back down again. So I went ahead and sold it at $21 a share, I think.
Right.
And then I got back into it at $17 a share or $16 a share, something like that.
Right.
But I bought 100 of each, but since then I think I own 300 shares of Norwegian. I own 162 of Royal, and I own 430 of Carnival.
Right.
So,
I mean, all you need is 100 shares for
100
the
shares
onboard credit.
So, the reason why I bought so many is I was trying to get to where when it went up so high, I could sell off 100 shares or whatever.
Exactly.
And then I essentially got my stock for free.
Yes.
And I'm getting my $100 onboard credit every time I go cruising.
So that's kind of where I'm at with some of those stocks as well. Like I'm always going to keep at least 100 for the OBC, but I'm waiting. Then I have enough excess so that when, let's say, Carnival rebounds to, let's say it rallies back up to $50 a share or something like that, then I can sell that excess of 100 and make some real change. So, yeah.
And that was my whole thought on it.
Yep. So, yep, for sure. So you probably don't know this, but for probably, I just recently stopped it all because the bottom completely fell out on it. And even though the bottom fell out on it many times and came back, this time the bottom is really out on it based on my equipment, right? So one of the things that I have been doing for the last 5 or 6 years is I have been mining crypto, right? Not buying crypto, mining crypto, right? So I basically had a small crypto farm in my house, which is why I had to run all those extra circuits. So, because they use crap tons of electricity, but so I was mining all this crypto, and and it was like stock, right? It was like hyper volatility though. Like stock is like volatile, but crypto is hyper volatile. So it was constantly all over the place. But in the end, probably since
it doesn't really matter.
since 2017, I profit wise, like, so when you take all my expenses and everything else, profit wise, I probably made 70 grand just off of mining crypto. Right now, I probably could have made tons more if I like bought and sold it and traded it and everything else, right? But all I was doing was mining it. So I literally had these computers with video cards, because video cards was the graphics cards was really what was doing the mining. So I had these computers inside grow tents that contained the heat. Yeah, grow tents. So like hydroponic tents or whatever, grow tents. They contained the heat. They contained the heat. So I had these computers inside these grow tents with these 8-inch ducts that were going out and like into like a manifold and exhausting outside. And then so I literally had this window. I had this big, huge, like wide open, like massively wide space in the second floor of my house, right? So I used that space, and I had these big 8-inch conduits going out the top of the window, and then I had these 4-inch ones at the bottom of the window drawing air in. So it was basically like a big, huge thing, right? And I had had them in these tents, because otherwise my house would have been like 10,000 degrees, which I would have been fine with, but my wife would have friggin' melted. So anyway, because they literally produce like more heat than you can even imagine. In fact, they produce so much heat that in the winter, I would open the tents up and turn our heat completely off and open 2 windows on the second floor of my house for 4 straight months during winter in Pennsylvania, and it would never get lower than 80 degrees in our house all winter long, with the windows wide open and the heat completely off, and not just an area of our house, the entire house. And I have a 3,500 square foot house. So in any event, insane, right? But I was making all this money off of crypto. So, and literally all these computers were doing was just running. I wasn't doing anything, but I occasionally log in, see how much crypto I have. I would move it off to a normal exchange where you would trade stock, but I would move it over to the exchange, set a buy order or set a sell order at a limit. I would do a limit order, set a limit sell order. And when crypto would hit that price, it would sell, and then I would transfer the USD to my bank account. So that's just how it would all go. And I made about 70 grand off of it. And I had a really small farm. I only had 40 video cards. But there are operations out there even now today that have thousands of cards, and they're making millions of dollars. But I only had 40 video cards, and I made 70 grand in 5 years. A passive income, basically, because I didn't have to do anything. All they did was run 24/7. In fact, the noise that they created and the exhaust fan noise and everything else literally became like white noise in the house. We like became completely accustomed and used to it, and we didn't even hear it anymore. And when I finally shut everything down, the difference in sound and how quiet things were in our house, like we were like cracking ourselves up making jokes about it. Like we would just be sitting there and I'll be like, wait, did you hear that? And my wife would be like, what? And I was like, oh no, it was my hair growing. Because we could finally hear things in the house, just because our hearing had adjusted to having all of this constant background noise of the exhaust fans and the video cards running and everything else. But yeah, I mean, I made a crap ton of money off of crypto, crap ton. So, yeah. So I mean, like that, I did that for a really long time. But so I mean, it really got me in tuned into like stock and everything else, because it's basically the same. So the only difference was I wasn't buying and selling stock. I was just letting these computers run, and they were making me money.
Beat that.
Yeah. So, and I literally just shut it all down like 4 months ago, maybe. And I have this big tote out in one of my sheds. I have this big, enormous tote with all of these motherboards and RAM chips and CPUs and video cards and everything else, like basically the raw components of all of those mining rigs are just sitting out there. I mean, they're basically, the bottom dropped out of crypto. You can't really mine for any kind of profit anymore unless you have these specialized miners. Like, you can't do it with video cards anymore. You have to have what they call an ASICs miner, which mines Bitcoin directly. Like, I used to mine Ethereum and other types of coins and then trade them for Bitcoin and then trade Bitcoin for USD. But now they have these ASIC miners that literally mine Bitcoin directly, and they have these massive farms and stuff. They basically like converted things like commercial chicken and pig farms and stuff like that, you know, where they have these big long with all this exhaust and everything on it and everything else. They've converted buildings like that or whatever. They have thousands of ASICs miners in there that mine Bitcoin directly and stuff like that, you know, and they have like their own power grids and everything else. Like, I couldn't do all that with video cards. So my ability to mine at a profit was over. Especially with the video cards I had, which was 10 series cards. The current series are 40. So I had 10 series cards, and the current series are 40 series cards. So my cards were just not able to mine at a profit anymore. So I just gave it up. Now, I could have probably invested in 40 series cards and maybe eventually at some point in time started making a profit at it again. But I just decided, listen, I made enough. When I first told my wife about it, we were on the Allure of the Seas, and I said to her, I've ordered a bunch of equipment. We were sitting at dinner in the main dining room, and I said to her, I just want you to know, when we get home, there's going to be a crap ton of boxes. She was like, for what? What'd you buy? And I was like, I bought all of this computer equipment. She was like, for what? We already have like 10,000 computers in the house. And I said, I'm going to start mining cryptocurrency. And she was like, oh my God, that's a Ponzi scheme. I was like, it's not a Ponzi scheme. No, she's like, it's a Ponzi scheme. I was like, it's not a Ponzi scheme. It's not. So I said to her, so she was like, oh my God, I can't believe you're doing that. I was like, yeah. She was like, well, how much money did you spend on it? I was like, don't worry about it. I was like, but here's the deal. As I'm going to level with you on this one. It's not going to last forever. I cannot tell you how long it is going to last, but I can absolutely tell you it's not going to last forever. But for while it is lasting, I'm going to make as much money off it as I can. So I'm just telling you right now, it's going to be loud and it's going to be hot. And when I say it's going to be hot, I mean it's going to be hot. Like, we're going to be living on the equator. But I was like, and the electric bill is going to be like $700 or $800 a month. I was like, but I'm going to make a crap ton of money off of it.
Just some minor inconveniences.
Right. So when we got home from that cruise and it was all there and I put it all together and I turned the very first mining rig on. Now, she's a CPA, mind you. Okay. So she understands numbers and money. Came home. I turned on one rig. Just one rig. And at the end of the first 30 days, I had $6,200 in my bank account. And when I showed her that this one rig made $6,200 in 1 month, and I had the makings of 7 other rigs. As soon as I showed her one made $6,200 in a month, she looked at me and said, "Okay, let's do this." And I was like, isn't it funny how money makes people see things in a very different light?
Different way. Yes, you got that right.
So yeah, and then it just became like kind of like something we didn't even realize anymore. It was just there and it was running and we didn't hear it anymore and we didn't see it anymore and we didn't pay attention to it anymore. And just every so often I would log in and say, "Oh shit, look, I got $7,800 in the bank." Like it was just like, where'd that come from? Like that's just how it was for a couple of years. And then the bottom fell out on it and then I was done. So
That's one thing I don't want to get into that crypto stuff. Nope.
yeah, like I said, I'm completely done with it now. But like I said, it was amazing while it lasted. So absolutely amazing. So I started out mining something called Zcash, and in the end, I was mining something called Ethereum. So I think a lot of people have heard of Ethereum.
I had Ethereum.
Yeah. So I started mining Zcash, ended up mining Ethereum. I mined some other things in between, but mostly I mined Zcash and Ethereum. So
I lost plenty of money on Doge and Shiba.
Yeah, so like here's the thing. I have 100 million Shiba Inu coins, right?
Yeah.
And
I think I had 49 million.
All I need is Shiba to go to 1 penny for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm set for the rest of my life at 100 million sheep.
I have 14 million.
Gotcha. Yeah. And it is gonna happen, Clock. I'm telling you. It is gonna happen. Last time I was on Maravilla, this guy was wearing this shirt that had Sheeb on it or whatever and a rocket ship and then it said "to the moon." And I looked at him and I was like, damn right.
I essentially lost $27,000 off of Doge.
Yeah.
I had it at 7 cents.
Yep.
And it shot up to 73 cents the one day.
Yep.
If I would have sold it that day, I would have made $23,000 or $27,000.
Yep. Listen, when people bought Sheeb, when Sheeb first hit and people bought it, right? Like I've seen, like, you see the evolution. Like if you bought $100 worth of Shiba Inu in May of 2021 and sold it in October of 2021, it would have been worth $27 million. So $100 to $27 million.
Wow.
And I didn't do any of that.
It was the same thing on Doge when it was like .cent. I can't remember what it was. It was like 0.003 cents or something.
Right. Yep. So yeah. So when I saw all that and I missed all that, I said, you know what? I'm not going to miss it again. So I ended up buying 100 million Sheeb, and now I'm just sitting on 100 million Shiba Inu until it hits, and then I'm going to be set. At the very minimum, I will end up with $1 million. At the minimum. I just have to wait it out. And believe me, every single time somebody said this will never happen in crypto, and then it happened. And the problem with crypto is it's so hyper volatile that when it does happen, it happens and it's gone in 10 minutes.
Yeah, you got to be ready.
So you have to be absolutely ready to move on it, or you're screwed. So that's the only downfall of it.
Yeah, I just don't know enough about any of that stuff. I had like a little bit of it there for a minute. Yeah, I was playing around with it.
So here's the
You know,
thing.
I did make
about
like
it either.
$100.
I knew nothing about it either. But what I did know was about the technology. I did know how to build a computer because I'm in IT. I didn't know anything about any of it. I had to learn it after the fact, but I knew that all I needed to do was build these computers and put these things on and put them on this network and let them run. And I was going to make a crap ton of money. And then I learned about all of the kind of like the stock side of it on the back end. So,
I mean, I didn't know what I was doing, but I go gambling, and I was going gambling at least once a month. So I said, instead of going gambling, I'm just going to put some money in stocks, and I just gambled that way.
Yeah.
True.
Gotta stay away from other stuff. All I have is $2 to my name, so that's it.
Hey, you got some super chats.
Yeah. So 5 of them came from one guy, which I was very surprised. And then I got a super sticker for somebody else. I'm like, wow, check that crap out.
Yeah, I sent you one of your videos.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's I forget. I don't know. It's one of your more recent videos. If you could scroll down in the comments, there's like a $5 super chat.
Oh, but
So
thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that.
doing my little part.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yes, I got man. I went with the ads and all that stuff, and right now I'm doing a video.
Yeah.
We're talking here. I'm already editing one just to put something.
Yes,
Hopefully we'll bring some
I saw
ads.
your post on Facebook. Yeah, as soon as I saw it, I went to there and like put up a little super chat.
Thank you very much.
Then I ordered a couple of T-shirts. I got the Booze Cruise one, and then of course I ordered the one that you made for Cruise Vet Adventure.
That's right. I was gonna surprise you with that now in October.
Oh,
when you said you bought shirts, I went like, oh, I know he saw it. Because in order for me to have it, done to bring one, I had to have it done through the company. So I left it there, and I leave it until I'm ready to order to bring it for the October cruise. But hey, no worries, my man, no worries.
Yeah,
I appreciate you did the shopping.
I made some T-shirts, and I got T-shirts and pint glasses and coffee mugs and some stickers.
Oh, cool.
Just for the heck of it.
Yeah.
Throw it out there.
That helps, man. That helps. I'm telling you, those pens and cards that I gave out on the bloggers at the beginning, I didn't get anybody. I only got one subscriber throughout the whole thing. And even Brian mentioned to Alice, I feel bad for Eddie, and he didn't get any. They kept asking me, how many subscribers you got? And he's like, I don't know. I'm gonna check once I get home. Somehow they went into my channel and checked, and they saw 751. That means I only got one. They were like, oh man, I feel sorry for him and whatever. I'm like, I'm not. I'm promoting my channel all over the place, giving out cards and pens and stuff, and talking to people and and when I got back home, as soon as we got back and I feel better and all that, I started popping again on the computer, going overseas and all that, and boom, 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 and out of the blue, 4 months, boom, 1,000, So it somehow it blew up kind of late and all together in one shot, but it did. So, and I'm extremely happy about that. So, little by little, you got to really work your butt up and keep going and at it. So, this is
I'm not surprised when I see like channels like Lalita Loca doing a live and they get a bunch of super chats and stuff like that. Like, I'm not surprised by that at all, right?
Oh yeah,
because of how big the channel is. But what I am surprised is I'm surprised at how many super chats and stickers Moonlight Adventures gets when they do a live. Because listen, don't get me wrong, Joss and Chastity, they're great people and they do a great job and they have great kind of like charisma and, you know, and their channel is great and their content is great. But they're a small channel still, right? And they get a lot of super chats during their lives. And I'm really surprised at that. So,
yeah. Yeah, those I don't know, there's every now and then I'll watch some of these lawyers that have the YouTube channels and stuff. And like during certain certain high profile trials, I mean, they were raking in like hundreds of thousands of dollars on super chats. You know, just some people were dropping like hundreds at a whack. I mean, you know, it's like, dude, and the guy was talking about, like, man, it's the super chats. You know, we're sitting over here just raking it in. You know, of course it started out with just a couple of them, and now there's like a whole like lawyer community that's doing that stuff. But, of course, like the new thing is, some of these guys they'll do like the first hour on YouTube, and that's kind of like the lead in to get everybody to go over to Rumble and locals and all that. So I've been keeping an eye on that.
What's that?
Well, like, you know, there's like certain ones. Well, like that one guy, I mean, Salty Cracker, you know. I guess there's like because the stuff he talks about is like, you know, YouTube hates pretty much everything he's talking about. So like he'll do his first hour, and he'll keep it kind of clean enough to where you won't get a strike. And then right about he'll be like, all right, we're going over to Rumble, and he'll flip the switch. And then if you want to watch the rest of it, you go over to Rumble, and over there, that's when he's like really lets it all hang out, you know.
Interesting.
So Rumble's just another service.
Yeah, so he's because I guess before he had been making, I guess he still probably does make decent money on YouTube, or he probably just cut it loose altogether. But they started, hitting him with strikes, demonetizing videos. So then he just decided, well, I'm just going to use YouTube as a way to get people to watch, and then everybody will go over to Rumble, where I guess they can do the prime time, if you will, version.
I mean, it's like Twitch or anything else, right? Like when you compare all of these platforms, YouTube is really kind of like, YouTube's obviously the biggest one, the most popular one.
Right.
But it's also the one with the kind of most difficulty. Like, it's the one where the odds are stacked against the creator the most.
Right.
It really, I'm like, it's the one with the most rules. It's the one with the most, it's the most difficult one to succeed on, and this and that and everything else. But it's also the one that typically offers the best rewards.
Yeah.
So
I guess it just depends on what your channel's about too. You know,
right.
If you're one of those guys that's talking about super controversial stuff,
right,
then you've got to have like a backup plan.
Right.
Basically.
Right. Like, I had this massive problem with my channel a long time ago, and it had nothing to do with me or what I was doing. It had to do with the fact that some damn bots came to my channel. And then when the bots came to my channel, the algorithm saw their traffic as invalid. The problem then was that the algorithm started seeing a whole bunch of my traffic as invalid.
Yeah.
And when I went back, so then when I looked at my statistics, and my statistics would show me that X amount of views were coming from recommended views. So that means YouTube was showing my videos to YouTube viewers, and those YouTube viewers were doing exactly what YouTube wanted them to do through that process. Click on the damn thing and watch it. But then they were coming back and saying, no, those views are invalid, so we're not going to pay you for them. So then I went to YouTube and I was like, But they're recommended. If they're recommended, how are they invalid? And then YouTube shut me down. They wouldn't answer that question, and they shut me down. And I lost a crap ton of revenue from my channel. I went from making $700 a month to 10.
Yeah.
And they would not listen to me. I spent hundreds of hours on chat with them, getting nowhere. To the point where sometimes I would just be like, they would say something to me and I would be like, how's your sister? You know, like I was just like, I would have to have fun with them about it, because I was just like losing my mind, because I'm talking to a wall here. Like I'm telling you people, this is recommended views. How are they invalid? And they'd be like, crickets. I'm like, okay. I finally had to just surrender to it and say, okay, I'm going to hang out with Eddie.
I did the same thing.
Seriously, because like I just couldn't deal with it anymore, because they just wouldn't listen to me anymore, you know? So I was like, okay, I can't deal with it anymore. But yeah, I mean, and it was all because of these 2 damn Arabic bots that showed up on my channel one day. Who sent those bots? I do not know.
Skynet.
Somebody sent them.
Yep.
So, and that was the end of it.
That's how it's all going to start. It's going to start with the bots and spiral out from there.
Listen, I've been having these minor conversations with Jeremy about stuff, and he's been there and he's kind of just dabbled with it a little bit. I've gone so deep with Chat GPT, I cannot even tell you how scary some of that shit is, Mike. I mean, like,
well, did you see the lawyers have been getting in trouble because they're using Chat GPT to, I guess, type up their brief or their whatever motions they're filing, and so they go and they take these things, file with the court, and then the judge is reading through there, and they're seeing, because like when you're a lawyer, you got to cite precedent, that cases, well, Chat GPT was just making up cases that didn't exist as precedent. And so the judge was like, what is this?
Yes.
And they had to admit,
the flip side of that, though, is that ChatGPT has done the most amazing, real, and legitimate stuff that you can't even get your mind around, that this is coming from an artificial intelligence, right? I mean, it's incredible, some of that stuff. But I did see this thing where 60 Minutes went in there and they had exclusive access and they did all this stuff. And they presented this amazing thing that you would have swore to God was real. And then in the end, they said, okay, so isn't that amazing? And then they said, okay, by the way, none of that actually really happened. ChatGPT made it up. But then they made it a point to say, but then look at all of this other, even more incredible stuff that ChatGPT did that is actually real, that is actually, incredible, that it came from an artificial intelligence, so. But that's, that's the whole point of these deep fakes and stuff like that or whatever, right? It's getting to the point where how will we ever know what's real?
Yep.
We really won't. We just absolutely won't. And that is the scary part of it. But it was incredible. I had gone into ChatGPT right after Jeremy and Cheryl got back from the celebration. And I literally said to ChatGPT, write me a story about Cheryl and Jeremy's first cruise on the Carnival celebration. And I hit enter. And it wrote this amazing article about Cheryl and Jeremy and about the carnival celebration and all this other stuff. And what's even more incredible about it is that ChatGPT is not connected to the internet. So when it creates information or creates things, it's not simply going out to the internet and accessing that information and then giving it to you like a search engine is. It's literally creating that from its own mind based on offline databases about things that it doesn't even necessarily have information on. It extrapolates like an intelligence. And it's incredible. And it created this really great, amazing thing. And I read a lot of it back to Jeremy and Cheryl during a after show chat or whatever, and they were floored by some of it. And I was floored by some of it. I couldn't believe it, that it had written that kind of stuff. In fact, they were like into it. And like they had sent me this message saying, thanks. Now we can't put ChatGPT down. We're like constantly, right? And I was like, so I mean, it's just incredible some of the stuff it does. Now, I don't use it a lot. What I use it for sometimes is just an idea. Just kind of like, a direction. And then I specifically I discard 99% of the information it gives me, because if I don't, then I'm not a creator, I'm a repeater. And I really want to put my own take on things, and I want to put my own spin on things. I want to put my own, perspective on things. I can't do that if I'm just reading what ChatGPT gave me word for word. So I just use it just kind of as a hint or a direction or help a little bit, and then I put my own take on it. So, and I don't do it every time either. Like I probably do it 1 in every 20 times. So just when I feel like I'm really kind of stuck on something, I say, well, let's see what ChatGPT will help me out with. That's when I do it. But otherwise, I don't use it at all. But it is nice if you want a script or this or that or whatever. But I learned a long time ago, I can't do scripts. I can't read a script for my YouTube content. I can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. It might take me 127 takes to get that one segment of one of my 10-minute videos, but I'll take the 127 takes if it's really me.
What is ChatGPT anyway?
I mean, it's
What is it?
artificial intelligence.
But I mean, is that a website or something you get into?
Yeah,
or?
so you go to openai.com, or wait, is it? Yeah, OpenAI. I think it's openai.com. Hold on, I'll tell you what it is here in a second. So the website is openai.com, and you just create a free account. And then you go in there and you just, now I installed a plugin. I installed a plugin from, I'm trying to think what it's from. Hold on a second. Here, let me log in here real quick.
Mike, just put the black screen, mute yourself, and when we're done here, whenever, sometime in the morning, I'll call you to wake you up, and then you log yourself out.
So Eddie, here I'm gonna share this screen so you can put it on there. Are you seeing it?
Yes. OpenAI. I see.
Okay, so this is what I'm sharing, right? So hold on here. So let me make sure you can see this. Is it coming through? No, it's not coming through. Why is it not coming through?
It's the first home screen.
You're seeing this video rolling of these people and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be seeing that. You're supposed to be seeing something different. Hold on. Hold on. I'm not sharing maybe the right tab. Hold on. Okay, share that.
Same thing for me.
Yeah,
Is it
exactly
the
the same thing.
All right, hold on. And then so I clicked login, but you're not seeing it, huh?
So it's the home screen, whatever that is.
All right. I closed that window, so let me share this one then. So now put that one out there.
Oh, ChatGPT, E and API.
Okay, so now that's what you're supposed to see. So this is the plugin that I did then, right? So I click on ChatGPT, and this plugin is called Keywords Anywhere. So it's a Chrome plugin.
Mhm.
So if you can see here on this, when I go in here, I can say social media on the category. And then the subcategory, I can say YouTube. And then the template, these are all the templates it can do. So there's a script creator and a short script, titles and descriptions, all this different stuff, right? Tag generator, everything. So, and then let's say I click on this script creator, and then I just say first cruise on icon of the sea. And then I hit execute template.
Wow. Holy crap.
And now if you look at this, see it said, "Hey everyone, welcome back to our channel. I hope you're all doing fantastic today, because I am beyond excited to share something special with all of you. That's right, today's video is all about the very first cruise experience on board the magnificent Icon of the Seas. Trust me, this is a journey you won't want to miss. So let's jump right into it." So you mean it's incredible when it comes to writing this stuff, right? And you saw how fast it wrote it.
Oh, yeah.
And Icon's not even out yet.
Yep.
And it's not connected to the internet, so what the hell would it know about it? It's just a Hemingway. And it just knows how to write. So and you can just, if I scroll down through here, you can just see, as soon as I stepped foot on the Icon of the Seas, I was blown away by its sheer grandeur. The ship stood tall and majestic, ready to take us on an adventure of a lifetime. The moment I walked into the atrium, I was greeted by stunning architecture, vibrant colors, and a lively atmosphere. It immediately set the tone for an incredible journey ahead.
Wow.
One of the highlights of the Icon of the Seas is its sheer luxury it offers. From elegantly designed cabins to upscale dining options, the ship truly knows how to pamper its guests. The moment I entered my stateroom, I was amazed by the attention to detail and the comfort it provided. It felt like a home away from home. It just keeps going. I'm thinking myself, holy crap.
Yep.
Right?
Definitely.
Yeah, like, and that's just that. Now you can take ChatGPT a step further, right? You can do things like you could say to ChatGPT, act as, right? So what you could do is it's called prompting, right?
Yeah.
So what you can do is you can prompt ChatGPT to tailor its response as something. So you could say, act as a 6-year-old, or act as this, or act as a sportscaster, or act as whatever. Like, then it will give you an even different perspective and a different kind of outcome from it and stuff. It's just absolutely just mind-boggling. I mean,
Yeah,
it
definitely.
just blows you away at the things